खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामे आना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामे आना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामे।
तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामे आना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामे आना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा, मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
जी। A very good evening, one and all. This is Dr. Anamika Singh, co-coordinator for this Atal FDP. We are shortly commencing our FDP inaugural ceremony. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you, everyone.
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान। खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू।
तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर।
A very good evening to one and all. Good evening to all esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, eminent speakers, industry professionals, and dear participants. I'm Dr. Anamika Singh, co-coordinator for this faculty development program, and it is indeed my proud privilege to welcome the scholar gathering for the event. I warmly welcome you all to the AICT Atal sponsored 6-day faculty development program on next-gen medical devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, organized by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. This prestigious program, organized under the AICT Training and Learning Academy, aims to bring together academicians, researchers, and industry professionals on a common platform to explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence and 3D printing in the field of medical devices and healthcare. Over the course of 6 days and 13 technical sessions, this faculty development program will provide participants with insights into the latest innovations in smart medical devices, AI-driven healthcare solutions, advanced drug delivery systems, wearable technologies, and regulatory perspectives. It is designed not only to impart knowledge but also to foster dialogue, collaboration, and inspiration among all stakeholders. Today's inaugural ceremony marks the beginning of this enriching academic journey, and we are truly honored to have with us eminent dignitaries whose presence has added immense value to this occasion. We are privileged to be graced by the presence of our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Saranjit Singh Sir, former Dean of Naipur Mohali, an internationally acclaimed scientist in pharmaceutical analysis and drug stability research. We are honored to welcome our eminent special guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai Sir, Principal GRY Institute of Pharmacy, Burawa, Madhya Pradesh, a distinguished academic leader and administrator dedicated to advancing pharmaceutical education. Your esteemed presence today inspires us as we set forth on the 6-day journey of knowledge and innovation. We also have the presence of Honorable Dr. Anil Kharia Sir, Chief Patron for this Atal FDP and Chairman Modern Group of Industries and Institute. Respected Dr. Sapna Malviya Madam, Coordinator for this Faculty Development Program and Head of Institute, Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. Esteemed principals from various renowned institutions pan-India, faculty fraternity, research scholars, your presence has definitely added value to this program. Thank you so much for joining us for the inaugural ceremony of the event. In our Indian tradition, every auspicious occasion begins with the lighting of the lamp. The flame of the lamp signifies knowledge, wisdom, and the triumph of light over darkness. It is a symbol of purity and inspiration, reminding us that education is not merely the filling of a vessel, but kindling of a flame. As the scriptures beautifully say, Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya, which means lead us from darkness to light. Although we are gathered in a virtual mode today, the spirit of this tradition remains alive. To mark the auspicious beginning of this FDP, we shall now proceed with the virtual lamp lighting ceremony. I humbly invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us in this symbolic act as we collectively ignite the flame of knowledge that will guide our 6-day academic journey ahead. I request the technical team to please play the video.
तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you to our esteemed dignitaries for joining in this symbolic ceremony, and a special note of appreciation to our AV and technical team for beautifully presenting the visuals and music that added such grace to this virtual lamp lighting. With this auspicious beginning, let us now move ahead in today's inaugural program. To formally welcome everyone and present the vision of this program, I now invite Coordinator Respected Dr. Sapna Malviya Madam to deliver the welcome address. She is Professor and Head of Institute, Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore, Chief Mentor and in charge, HIBI Modern Incubator, sponsored by MSME Government of India, Z Consultant QCI New Delhi. Ma'am, I request you to kindly address the audience. Please, ma'am.
Good evening to one and all present here, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected principals of pharmacy, engineering and management institutions, eminent speakers, faculty members, industrial professionals, dear participants. It's our immense pride and heartfelt joy that I, Dr. Sapna Malviya, extend a warm and gracious welcome to this learned gathering. Knowledge is a power, and it is the only power that can change the world into its thought. We are delighted to inaugurate this AICT Atal sponsored 6 days faculty development program on next gen medical devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, hosted by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences Indore. Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences Indore, NBA accredited, is a premium institution committed to excellence in pharmaceutical education and research. I'm proud to share that we and our students have received the prestigious grant of 30 lakh rupees from MSME Government of India in MSME Hackathon 4.0. Our faculty development program supported by AICT Training and Learning Atal Academy is first of its kind in MP. This journey of Atal FDP, which we are commencing inaugural today, began with an observation that medical devices, AI, and 3D printing are making headlines globally. We have planned many sessions and then we recognize that this is an opportunity to us. And today we are happy to share that on Atal portal, we have registered 447 faculties, PG scholar throughout the prominent institution of India of pharmacy, engineering, and management background. Last 1 year, our team was working to explore medical devices, their scope and placement. So, this milestone we have achieved that our one student has been placed in Adi Enterprises, which is a medical device company with a remarkable package of 9.8 lakh per annum. This remarkable achievement is testament to the quality of education and faculties present in the institute. We are privileged to welcome our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Saranjit Singh, former dean and professor in Naipur, Mohali, an internationally renowned scientist. And I would like just to mention that we had a powerful and forward looking thought inside discussion with Sir on Saturday, where we discuss integrating medical devices into academic curriculum that reflects the deep understanding of evolving healthcare landscape and urgent need to prepare future professionals for it. We are equally honored to have our esteemed special guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai, sir, principal at GRY Institute of Pharmacy, a visionary academic leader. Sir, role as a mentor is deeply rooted by his commitment to academic excellence and student empowerment, which we have observed at GRY Institute of Pharmacy. Dr. Pillai's belief is that mentorship is not a luxury, it is a necessity for shaping the professionals of pharma. Sir, we are honored to have you, both the guest, honorable chief guest, and esteemed special guest. Their leadership is inspired both in the faculty and students. Thank you for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time with us. We are deeply grateful to our chief patron, Dr. Anil Kharia sir and Dr. Arun Kharia sir, and Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences for unwavering support and visionary leadership to continue to elevate academic endeavors. Over next 6 days to 13 meticulous technical session, we will have the global insights from Dr. Shelly Elazabi from Egypt Japan University, industrial driven innovation by Dr. Ankur Sharma, Associate Director in CLE Bering, Mr. Anuj Yagnik, a seasoned HR professional at Piramal Healthcare, academic excellence across India by Dr. Vivekanand Chattap, Dr. Saurabh Kumar Banerjee, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Mishra, Dr. Suresh Prakash Gautam, Dr. Hariharan AG, Dr. Nilesh Malviya, Principal and Professor, Dr. Tanaji Nadgure from Pune. For regulatory and quality assurance expertise, we have Ms. Ritu Jain, a role in GPC Medical Limited, and in validatory session, we will have the honorable presence of Dr. B. Suresh sir, former president of Pharmacy Council of India. This diverse speaker panel ensure a 360-degree view of medical device ecosystem, exposure to global trends, national policy, and regional innovation. This FDP is not just a training program, but cross distribution of ideas. We'll anticipate from the participant that you can take maximum efforts out of interacting with the session. And today's inaugural session is a beginning of enriching academic journey. Let this week be more than a program. Let it spark and ignite a lifelong curiosity, collaboration, and change. Thank you very much. Our honorable chairman is currently out of the country, and due to flight delay, he is unable to join in person. However, he has shared his video message to extend his blessing. I'll request technical team to kindly share the message of Honorable Chairman Dr. Anil Kharia sir.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Anil Kharia is a visionary educationist, dynamic industrialist, and committed social leader whose contributions span across academia, industry, and community development. His academic excellence is equally commendable. MBA from Institute of Management Studies, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, MP, M.Pharm and B.Pharm from Department of Pharmacy, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, MP. As the chairman of the Modern Group of Institutions and Industries, Indore, he has been instrumental in elevating the standards of technical and pharmaceutical education in Madhya Pradesh. And he is the guiding force behind 3 parent industries: Modern Laboratories, Nandini Medical Laboratories and Notion Pharma. Both Modern and Nandini Laboratories are awarded by Chief Minister as Best MSME in Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Kharia serves as the President of the Indian Pharmaceutical Association, MP State Branch, and also holds the position of Vice President in both the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, IDMA, MP State Branch, and the Madhya Pradesh Small Scale Industrial Organization. He is also the Treasurer of the MP State Drug Manufacturers Association, playing a pivotal role in supporting and representing the pharmaceutical sector at various levels. Beyond industry and education, Dr. Kharia actively contributes to research as a member of the advisory board of the International Journal of Drug Discovery and Herbal Research. His commitment to spirituality and social welfare is reflected in his role as a trustee of Gayatri Shakti Peeth, Indore. A passionate community leader, He has previously served as the District President of the All India Vaishya Federation, Indore District, and as the past President of the Gahoi Vaishya Samaj, Indore. His leadership in Rotary International includes roles such as past President of Rotary Club of Indore Uptown and ex-Assistant Governor of Rotary District 3040. He is also a member of the Human Rights Association, MP, and formerly served as Secretary of the Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India, APTI, MP State Branch. With decades of experience, Dr. Anil Kharia continues to inspire generations through his dedication to education, service to industry, and unwavering commitment to community upliftment. Sir, we are honored to have you as a Chief Patron in AICTE-sponsored Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy hosted by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore.
It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the esteemed participants, resource persons, academicians, researchers, and industry professionals attending the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy, and hosted by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. This FDP makes a proud and historic moment, as it is the first program of its kind in Madhya Pradesh focusing on integration of two game-changing technologies, artificial intelligence and 3D printing, in the domain of medical device innovation. I congratulate the coordinator and entire organizing team for their commitment and vision in initiating such a pioneering effort. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Saranjit Singh, Emeritus Professor, Naipar, Mohali, a stalwart in pharmaceutical sciences and a guiding force for countless researchers across the country. We are truly privileged by his presence and look forward to his insights. I also extend a warm welcome to our special guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai, Principal GRY College of Pharmacy, Borava. We are grateful for his continued support and active participation in shaping academic collaborations and knowledge exchange. This FDP provides an excellent platform for interdisciplinary learning, professional development, and research-driven dialogue. As healthcare technology rapidly evolves, the role of educator and researchers in adopting and contributing to these advancements become ever more critical. I am confident that this program will speak new ideas, foster collaborations, and empower participants to lead with innovation in their respective domains. Once again, I welcome each one of you and wish this program a great success. May it serve as a foundation for future academic, industrial partnership and technological breakthroughs in the healthcare. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you so much to Dr. Sapna Malviya ma'am for your valuable words. I also thank Dr. Anil Kharia sir for his words of blessing. We now turn to our special guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai sir, Principal GRY Institute of Pharmacy, Borava, a respected academic leader. Dr. Pillai has been instrumental in shaping pharmacy education and guiding research in Central India. I request the technical team to please play the AV for the introduction of our esteemed guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai sir.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Sujit Pillai, M.Pharm, PhD, is a distinguished academician and visionary leader in pharmaceutical sciences, presently serving as Professor and Principal of GRY Institute of Pharmacy, Borwan, Khargone. With nearly 2 decades of academic and research excellence, he has steered his institute to become the first NAC-accredited and autonomous private pharmacy institute in Madhya Pradesh. He pursued his pharmaceutical education at the prestigious Manipal College of Pharmaceutical Sciences and obtained his doctorate in pharmaceutical analysis from Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur. His professional journey includes contributions as lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, and now as principal, where his leadership has significantly shaped pharmaceutical education and research. Dr. Pillai's research aptitude has earned him major research grants of over 30 lakh rupees from DST, New Delhi, and 6 lakh rupees from MPCST, Bhopal, along with 20 lakh rupees in seminar and conference grants from agencies like AICTE, PCI, SERB, CSIR, MPCST, NAC, and BRNS. His scholarly achievements include 98 publications in reputed national and international journals, authorship of 8 textbooks, 14 expert talks, and presentations of 16 research papers. He has also been granted 4 patents and signed 25 MOUs with industries and institutions to enhance student training and placement opportunities. A passionate educator, prolific researcher, and effective administrator, Sir continues to inspire young minds, strengthen industry-academia collaborations, and contribute to the growth of pharmaceutical sciences at both national and international levels. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the special guest for the inaugural session of the AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion, sharing your valuable insights, and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
Sir, I humbly request you to share your words of encouragement with us. Please, sir. Sir, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Yes. A very good evening to everyone. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to join you all today at this esteemed AICT-sponsored Atal Faculty Development Program on next-gen medical devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizer for inviting me, and I warmly greet the distinguished dignitaries, respected Dr. Saranjit Singh Sir, Professor and Dean NIPR, Mohali, respected Dr. Anil Kharia Sir, Chairman, Modern Group of Institute, respected Dr. Sapna Ma'am, Head of Institute, Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And I also offer my sincere greetings to all faculty, professionals, and all participants present for this inaugural session. To begin with, this is a very interesting topic which Sapna Madam has selected for this FDP. The AI and 3D printing in pharmacy, I think, is revolutionizing how drugs are designed, formulated, and delivered, paving the way for personalized medicine, on-demand drug manufacturing, and smart dosage forms. As we see that AI has transformed our life completely, it is an invention which we can say is comparable to that of invention of electricity or internet. And as we can't see a life without electricity and internet. Same, it is the AI is set to define the future. We are surrounded by AI tools in our daily lives, whether it is Siri, Alexa, Google Maps, pronunciations, translation tools, ChatGPT, spam filters in emails. Without even realizing it, we use this AI seamlessly every day. ChatGPT, we can say how easy it has made our life. It is an AI-driven application that makes our life easier. We just need to put some queries and get a reply, regardless of what it is. If you want a project report, letter drafting, DPR, protocol design, it can do everything for you. And in my view, there is no harm in using such AI, which makes our life easy. The only issue when it comes to using ChatGPT is how to add values to it. I think the values we can bring using such tool is moral, whether it is moral or ethical values, just by asking the right question in the right manner. And I know that nowadays the artificial intelligence and the tools have popped up which identify whether the data is given from AI or a human intelligence. And I'm sure that everyone is in this are using ChatGPT. The AI, earlier it was limited to engineering students. Now I think it's time that AI should not be limited to engineering students. It is high time that we incubate our teachers and students for AI and machine learning, thereby create an ecosystem that can harness the potential of AI and 3D printing in healthcare. With our council, that is Pharmacy Council of India, introducing the courses or syllabus of AI, Python, and programming into academic curriculum, I think greater interest and curiosity will be fostered among students and teachers alike. Internship in these domains will create a new generations of pharmacists who are skilled, adaptable, and prepared for emerging challenges in AI. AI is going to bring our employability. Pharma companies are using AI today in search of new drugs candidates by analyzing vast drug set modes and quickly than traditional methods, which speed up drug discovery and new drugs and also can predict the potential side effects. AI is now used in clinical trials. One of the biggest bottleneck in pharma is clinical trials. AI is designed to optimize clinical trials by helping in selecting suitable candidates and finding out the right data points. This can increase the efficacy of trials and improve the likelihood of successful outcome at much faster phase. The beautiful example of which is called COVID vaccine, which has came in a rapid time in the market. AI is used in preparation of personalized and precision medicines by analyzing genetic data, environmental factors, and lifestyle habit. And the results is tailored treatment plans that improves desired outcome. For example, AI helps oncologists make data-driven treatment and decision based on cancer genetics, patient history, global research. The outcome is better efficacy, fewer side effects, and improved patient satisfaction. AI is helping in monitoring the production lines in pharmaceutical industries by predicting maintenance need, which can reduce the downtime and ensure consistent quality. AI is now used in supply chain management, inventory management, pharmacovigilance, adverse event detection, regulatory compliance, and also in pharma marketing and sales. AI is all everywhere as we see that whole world, including health sector, will be AI driven within coming years. The placement for the future will differ significantly from the past, where the student used to crack positions in industries, answering few questions in pharmaceutics, chemistry, and ecology. But it will not be the same in coming days. To address this unemployment and skill gaps, we must empower teachers through multiple training to guide students effectively for emerging challenges. I think this FDP will be ice-breaking initiative in our region, encouraging teachers to dive deep into AI and machine learning and 3D printing. To conclude with, the AI and 3D printing are reshaping the pharmacist role from being a dispenser of standardized medication to becoming a designer of customized data-driven therapies, clinical innovators, device developers, and digital health strategies. Pharmacists with their deep knowledge of medicines, pharmacokinetics, and patient care are uniquely positioned to lead the transformation of AI is about to bring. I will conclude my talk by saying that by integrating pharmaceutical expertise with emerging technologies, we as pharmacists will play a central role in shaping the patient-centric healthcare. AI is not here to, we should not be worried about AI. AI is not here to replace us. It is here to empower us. It is helping scientists innovate, doctors giving personalized care, and companies delivering high-quality products faster than ever. We as pharma professionals, it is time to start learning about AI. The future is already here, and it is incredibly exciting. And I'm sure that in the coming next 6 days, the panel of experts which this faculty development program is there, I'm sure every teachers will be getting great knowledge about AI and 3D printing and machine learning. Thank you, Sapna Madam. Thank you, the organizing committee of this FDP, for giving me an opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And thank you so much for explaining the applications of AI in pharmaceuticals so beautifully and simply. Your words were indeed encouragement for all of us. It is indeed a great honor to have with us our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Saranjeet Singh Sir, former Dean of Naipur Mohali. With nearly 4 decades of academic and research excellence, he is globally acclaimed for his pioneering contributions to drug stability, degradation chemistry, and impurity profiling. His work has influenced both national and international regulatory frameworks, including the World Health Organization. I request the technical team to please play the AV for the introduction of our honorable chief guest, Dr. Saranjeet Singh Sir.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Saranjeet Singh, former Dean and Professor at NIPER Mohali, is a renowned pharmaceutical scientist and academic leader, an alumnus of Punjab University, Chandigarh, and recipient of the prestigious University Gold Medal. Professor Singh brings with him nearly 4 decades of exceptional teaching and research experience. He is internationally recognized for his pioneering contributions in drug stability testing, degradation chemistry, and impurity profiling. His work has not only influenced research in India and abroad but has also led to significant changes in international and European pharmacopoeias. With over 230 research publications, book chapters, and an edited book to his credit, he has guided a large number of masters and PhD students, many of whom are now established in academia and industry. His expertise has been widely sought by the World Health Organization, where he has contributed as an expert advisor and attended key global consultations on pharmaceutical guidelines. Sir has delivered more than 500 invited lectures across the world and has been a valued speaker at prestigious forums such as AAPS, USP, DIA, IPA, and IDMA. As a trainer, he has made a remarkable impact by coordinating large-scale capacity-building programs for regulatory professionals, industry experts, and government officials, training nearly 2,500 participants under the World Bank-sponsored initiative. Respected equally in academia and the pharmaceutical industry, Sir has executed nearly 100 sponsored research projects and has been instrumental in sensitizing the Indian industry to global regulatory standards. His accolades include the Professor M.L. Khorana Memorial Lecture Award, the Eminent Analyst Award, and the Outstanding Analyst Award from the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the chief guest for the inaugural session of the AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion, sharing your valuable insights, and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
Sir, now I request you to kindly address the audience with your gracious words. Please, sir.
Thanks for nice introduction. Extremely happy to be here today. First of all, good evening to everyone, the smart people from the smart city of Indore. Yes, when I was invited by Dr. Sapna, I was really a bit worried about that. I'm pharmacy analyst. So is Dr. Pillai. We have, in the inaugural function, we are both pharmaceutical analysts coming before and trying to impress upon all of you about a very different topic of medical devices, interplay of AI and 3D printing, which is kept me thinking, what should I say when I speak at this forum for 10-15 minutes? I have been very appreciative of Dr. Anil Kharia, who you have introduced him so nicely, and multitasking person, social, academic, industry entrepreneur. Salute to him. When he was starting to start with the MBA program at this institute, we had a lengthy discussion at Indian Pharmaceutical Congress when it was held at Nagpur. about it and how to go about it. Chief patron for this whole program, Mr. Arun Kharia, salute to you, sir, for the leadership. And of course, Dr. Sapna, the person who thinks and envisions always the future. Really, if I look into the word pharmaceutical, and before that, the word faculty, we are into the faculty development program. And I see almost 300 plus participants, and many of them must be online. What does the word faculty means? What faculty development program? Is it a program for teachers, faculty members as teacher? But she said that there are a lot of research students, people from industry. And thankfully, Atal Academy is really supporting the institutions to discuss about the futuristic aspects. Thankful to them also. So what exactly is a faculty? I think we should go by definitions. Faculty word, if you look into the faculty member, then it drives you towards a teacher in academic institution. Then this program should be restricted to teachers, faculty from the academic institutions. Although academic institution may be from the engineering side or other sides, computer science or others, management. But faculty, if you Google faculty and the meaning of word faculty, in commas, faculty word, it's very interesting. They say I have written down two definitions which are there. Innate or acquired ability to act or do. And the second definition say any of the power of mind. So my request to you all, other than the faculty members from different academic institutions who are present today from industry, a very happy situation that we are all together at this forum today at the inaugural of a thematic seminar or the conference 6-day event. The question is, human mind should not be static as the medical devices are static today. Human mind has to grow all the time. Perhaps our Dr. Pillai has talked a lot about AI, and we are going to discuss a lot about AI and role in medical device. I have got some very interesting data, and it was placed in LinkedIn. It says human brain uses 12 watt to think. And what AI does, an AI system doing the same task would need 2.7 billion watts as our brain does in 12 watts energy. Imagine how much of the AI, artificial intelligence, has to grow to match human intelligence. And maybe I will not be there. Many of us, we seniors, will not be there to see this transgression happening. The day we reach to 12 watt stage, you will have another artificial human. Not artificial intelligence, you will have an artificial human. Long way to go. Coming back to the term pharmaceuticals. NIPER, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. You are Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. What does it really, does pharmaceutical word encompass medical devices? Yes, no. Is there a differentiation in the two? Or they have a same meaning? If we look into, I have a lot seen the stent people, the people who manufacture our supplier for knees for transplantation. they directly go to the doctors and deliver them, the artificial knees or neck. Whereas pharmaceuticals are sold in a chemist shop. Pharmaceuticals are more of the drug-linked systems. Medical devices are a very different ballgame. They may be used for diagnosis, they may be used for treatment, but it's a different ballgame. Now, at one stage, when the government of India had great emphasis coming on the medical devices because 63% of the total medical devices in the country are being imported. So while there was an emphasis on pharmaceuticals, there was a parallel emphasis paid to medical devices. And so PLI scheme came to enhance the availability and manufacturing in-house in the country. Now the question is there, I will come later to the theme, what really can a drug system, which you call a pharmaceutical, act as a medical device? Yes and no. As I given you the example, a knee, I don't know whether it comes under the Drug Act or not. Still, there is a thin line difference. Now, I had a very interesting situation when I was talking to, you all know about Dr. Monica Gulati, who is Senior Dean at LPU, lovely Pharmaceutical Institute in lovely university. Lovely professional university. She's the senior dean at the Pharma Sciences. Her husband, sorry, he expired due to accident long ago. Because she was my PhD student and we had a very big chance of meeting together and discussing things with her husband also. Together, we were sitting many times. Now, let us take a case of an infusion bag. Infusion bag is a liquid, whether dextrose, saline, or drugs in a pouch, PVC pouch, and it comes under the word terminology of pharmaceutical. Now, there are a number of companies manufacturing these pouches. But one of the major international players is Baxter. The government of India has fixed the cost of, through NPPA, the cost of a PVC pouch containing saline or dextrose to around 15 rupees, or maybe now today it is 20 rupees. But Baxter, when it brought out intravenous fluid, I was a member of NPPA, it asked for the price of 66 rupees. So it came to us that what is the situation, that why they're asking for high cost for their pouch. They said, we are not using PVC. We are using a much more stronger and safe polymer and under the brand name of Viaflex. So we cannot come down to low quality, same priced 15 rupee, 20 rupees product if we have to really stand by our brand. Now, I was discussing this aspect with Dr. Raman Pal. He was employed by Fortis in Mohali, and he was one of the initial pioneer persons who joined. He was a cardiothoracic surgeon who was into the establishment of Fortis at Mohali, where I reside. He indicated that if I use this intravenous fluid bag, PVC, and replace what we use in hospital by Baxter One Bioflex system, the whole budget of patients and the hospital will get disturbed very hugely. A patient who has to put on drip 3 times a day and charging him instead of 45 rupees to, let us say, 180, 200 rupees, the budget really blows up. But sir, Saranjit, a very interesting thing is, then I do the cardiac surgery, open heart surgery. There's a need for me to cool down the heart when it is open, and I have to do surgery on it. I need to cool down so that the bleeding happens that can be really brought down. And I cannot rely on the PVC bags. At that moment, I use Baxter intravenous fluid, which I put on the fridge, take it out, and then put on the heart of the patient. PVC, if it is so facile, it can break down and release the contents, the patient will die. And I have to use the wire flux at that situation. Now, consider a situation where we have a drug bag, therapeutic bag, being used in a packaging, certain packaging, that is rejected. The other company's bag, which is more stronger, costly product, is used as a device to stop the bleeding or arrest the bleeding or halt the bleeding. So, Government of India, way back, Naipur Ahmedabad on its own started because of the directors, Dr. Kiran Kalia, she wanted to focus on medical devices as a innovative thing and a different discipline in Naipur Ahmedabad in 2011. But later, Government of India asked other Naipurs to start a course on medical devices. I was at the hem of affair as acting director at Naipur at that moment. 2021 we started. Again, I was thinking, medical devices, how are they related to pharmaceutical, and how our teachers, we don't have any trained faculty for this. How really we can start the course? And who will really lead that course or department, or can we create a department? It was a hell of a problem. We didn't have course structure. We didn't have faculty, pharmaceutical faculty. Now we had to bring bioengineering people over here. Because what is a medical device? It's a mix of, let us say, bioengineering. It requires your material science. You need clinical science for the specific reasoning, and lot of regulatory aspects are there in this, because there are challenges, regulatory challenges in medical devices, a different kind of challenge. That's what CDSCO at this moment is really bothered about it. Of course, our industry growth is there, but we in India are using these very minusculely. But as the number of patients and the health requirements and innovation is demanding, we need to create the manpower. I want to tell you a very small incident. My son runs an ambulance company, India's largest. Of course, being a largest company, it is into 1,000 crore. All, I will say, investors oriented. Now, he came to Chandigarh. There was some program by CII, and he is invited as a part of the panel discussion. And I accompanied him because I had to leave him at the airport. Directly, he had to go to the airport. So because he was getting delayed, some program got delayed and he was getting delayed. So he requested the organizer to allow him to speak first. And I was sitting over there. In his small remarks during the panel discussion, he said, I run the India's largest ambulance service company. And recently there were protests in Indore also against his company because they have started operations in Indore. Because small players, when they see a large company coming, they really protest every city, but they say we will manage. Now, at the stage he was telling, what is my future? My investors asked where I stand. Now, where your company will stand after 20 years? This is the question investor asks. Says, yes, this is a challenge for me. I have started thinking 20 years, what will be our fate? Anybody who starts a business is not doing the business or drug. Somebody is starting to launch a drug or introducing a new drug in the market, always has to survey for what will be the fate of this molecule in 20 years ahead. So he says, What will happen? We anticipate to happen in 20 years that there will be no ambulances. Then what? How to deal with emergencies? It says there will be wearables on your body which is set an alarm 2 days or 3 days before the event. And then you will take your own car and check up in the hospital that this event is coming. And please take care of this event that is in advance. So there will be no real medical emergency other than accident that, and then again, your cars will also be safe and non-collision type. Are we pharmaceutical scientists looking into this? What is the future of 20 years? Salute to Dr. Sapna that she had put this topic. We are talking of bridging AI with your 3D printing. Although AI is good enough, but AI collects the data. He said another interesting thing, very interesting thing. We need variables to come. We need the health data. Like he says, my paramedic is running an ambulance. Now they come out the 5G ambulance where the ER room can look into the ambulance, the patient, they can see in the computer screen and advise the patient, the paramedic, how to treat the patient, what injections or how to take care of where ventilation has to be done. That stage already has come. They said that now we need to know in advance what is going to happen through AI. We are using AI systems in our company to predict what will be the state of affairs 20 years from now. And the question comes over here is, AI should help us that your total medical record is at one place. Now, what we do, if we have some ailment, we go to one hospital, we don't get a good response from that doctor, we go to another, third, fourth. We get ourselves tested from different labs, and the records is isolated, all others spread at all places. At home also, you must be having files of yourself for visit to different medical specialists and hospitals. He said, my paramedic at that moment needs a total history of blood pressure, diabetes, everything to take, and the ER room, emergency room, to take a decision on how to help the patient at the spot. Until unless history is there, what ailment he has been suffering from, the whole course of. So this type of, now it is question of personalized care at that moment in emergency situation is a personalized care. Very, very important aspect that this merging science where the barriers of pharmaceutical, medical device, or any other third thing, which is or AI, or I have seen now, I went to Ganpat University, I went to UPS. They're all having 3D printer labs of very high advanced ones. And they showed me the models prototype of all the, let us say, skeletal requirements that they have created, dental and all the jaw, everything they have done through 3D printing for a personalized medicine. And knee can be an exact size of the knee you can get for yourself through 3D printing. Now, I am very happy that even private institutions, private universities are bringing in all this. Higher end, through government support, of course, they apply for grants with the government and get that labs. And a lot of doctors are coming to get implants specific to the size of a patient. So this whole world, data collection, AI will predict the events for you. And then you, to personalize this whole system that you can create through 3D printing and other thing, the future is really opening up. So I'm happy that we took step in our NIPERS to establish the courses in medical devices. Now, another very interesting aspect which I want to tell you, well, last week had, again on LinkedIn, somebody indicated that if you give electrical current on the skin, the healing is much faster. So they have developed a device which really helps injured skin to recover faster without medication. Now, this is bioengineering. pure bioengineering. So question where, and I heard it was somewhere very long. Sorry, I'm taking little more time. I'll take 2-3 minutes more. It's a question of regeneration of human limbs. If amputation has happened by accident or by due to disease, human limb has got to be sacrificed. Now, why human beings are not able to regrow their limbs, like a lizard which can regrow the tail? The scientists working on to see that there is a specific need for electric current. Now what happens is our body repair system starts and it doesn't allow the limb. They gave electrical impulses and they found that instead of body starting a repair, it starts making the limb. But finally what ended with was a deformed shape of leg. Leg went up to some, let us say, centimeters, but it was deformed and didn't take the shape of the leg. Now the issue which comes over here is this LinkedIn report, which indicated that a specific current given at the site of skin injury can help you to regrow the skin much faster without any drug application. Now, can we use AI models to pinpointedly tell how much electrical current strength is needed? Maybe they were giving a weak current, that deformation was taking place. How much our human body needs that electrical current through AI models, if we can develop that and apply on human limbs after they are sacrificed due to any reason, and we can grow our limbs as a regenerative system, changing the whole human body. And then there'll be no worry of sacrificing the limbs if it has gone bad. I came yesterday from Delhi after attending Bhog and Kriya of my one of the cousins who had diabetic foot, very bad diabetic foot, near to amputation, but the infection took over and he expired. This is a practical thing. It was on the verge of amputation. Doctor said, we'll try to save. In between, he got infected and infection went into the blood and expired due to sepsis. These are the real world problems. And I tell you, we in India, if we can send our brain power, our faculty that we use, and the inputs we provide, and the whole globe, best of the world developed countries are making use of our brains. If we focus on this issue, helping the patient, not through only drugs, but through these systems also, we can play wonders. I'm very happy Dr. Sapna has laid down a beautiful program for you, 6 day. And there are faculty members she has found. Had I thought of this doing this program, I might have brought a lot of bioengineer people, material scientists, because you have either titanium, steel devices, or polymers of variety for medical devices that are being used, sensors. So I think she has laid a beautiful, and in private colleges, we are starting this discussion. It's high time that we involve all these futuristic steps in our syllabus and curriculum. And PCI revision of syllabus is happening. It's the right time to request PCI and give them advice to have their cutting edge science brought into the curriculum. I am very thankful to Dr. Sapna, congratulate you for, and Dr. Anil and Dr. Arun Khariaji and your whole team for really bringing out, and Atal Academy, of course, that have funded and sponsored this project. So my friends, you are going to have a huge learning, knowledge, and activity and spark into your mind after attending this seminar. Thank you so much. Best wishes. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your golden words. It was indeed our privilege to hear from you. Thank you so much once again for joining us, sir. Every successful event is the result of teamwork and collective effort. To formally convey our gratitude, I now request Dr. Ashok Koshta sir, Professor Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences Indore, to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to one and all. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this inaugural session of AICT Atal sponsored 6-day faculty development program on next generation medical devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, organized by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences Indore. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend grateful to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Sanjay Singh sir, former Dean, Naipur, Mohali, for his inspiring presence and words of wisdom. I also thanks our special guest, Dr. Sujit Pillai sir, Principal, GRY Institute of Pharmacy, for sharing his valuable thoughts. We are deeply grateful to our chief patrons, Shri Arun Kharia sir, President, Modern Group of Institutes and Industries, and Dr. Anil Kharia sir, Chairman, Modern Group of Institution, for his constant support to our coordinators, Dr. Sapna Malviya ma'am, for her dedicated efforts in making this FDP possible. My sincere thanks to all distinguished speakers, academicians, industry professionals, participants, and invited guests for joining us. A word of appreciation also goes to the organizing committee, faculty, and team whose behind the scenes effort ensured the smooth conduction of this particular event. Lastly, we thanks AICT Atal for providing such platform to share our knowledge and innovation. With these efforts, I once again appreciate and express my gratitude to one and all and wish all the participants as well as the organizing committee for the fruitful and engaging FDP. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. With the formal inaugural ceremony successfully concluded, we now move into the academic journey of this FDP. The first technical session will be delivered by Dr. Sally El Zahabi ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmacy, Egypt, Japan University of Science and Technology, Alexandria, Egypt. She is a distinguished professional whose work bridges the gap between pharmaceutical sciences and advanced technologies. Today, she'll be speaking on a highly contemporary and impactful theme, smart pharmaceutics, the synergy of three-dimensional printing technology and artificial intelligence. This session will highlight how the convergence of 3D printing and artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the design, development, and delivery of the pharmaceuticals. By combining precision engineering with intelligent data-driven insights, these technologies are paving the way for truly personalized medicine and next-generation drug delivery systems. To introduce our esteemed keynote speaker with our audience, now may I request our technical team to please play the AV.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Shali Ailzhabi is presently designated as Associate Professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics and Industrial Pharmacy at the Egypt, Japan University of Science and Technology, Alexandria, where she also serves as Director of the Quality Assurance Unit of the PharmD program. She is further recognized internationally as a Course Advisory Committee member at the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. She earned her PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences from Cairo University, following her master's and bachelor's degrees in Pharmaceutics and Pharmaceutical Sciences. Over her career, she has contributed to leading institutions in Egypt and abroad, establishing herself as an expert in novel drug delivery systems, nanotechnology, and controlled release formulations. She has published extensively in high-impact international journals, authored a book, and delivered keynote lectures at major international conferences across Egypt, India, Jordan, Lebanon, and Cyprus. Her global research reputation is reflected in her editorial roles with scientific reports and other reputed journals, as well as her work as a reviewer and external examiner for doctoral research worldwide. She has been honored with awards and shields of appreciation for her contributions to research and education, including international recognition from NEET University, India. Beyond her academic achievements, she has also been active in social service as first Vice President of the Royal Lions Club, Alexandria. With her impactful research, academic leadership, and global collaborations, she continues to inspire students, researchers, and professionals in pharmaceutical sciences worldwide. Ma'am, we are honored to welcome you as the eminent keynote speaker in AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion and sharing your valuable insights on smart pharmaceutics, the synergy of three-dimensional printing technology, 3D, and artificial intelligence, AI, and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
We are privileged to have Dr. Sally El-Zahabi ma'am with us to share her knowledge and vision on this transformative subject. I now warmly invite her to take us through this fascinating session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dear professors and esteemed participants. I would like to highlight that I visited India 2 times before, and I love always to participate in Indian events. I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Professor Sabna and Dr. Nitish, for their coordination and organization of this event and inviting me to share with you this session. I'm happy that you take the time to join me. Together we can make this session both insightful and inspiring. So let us begin by sharing the presentation. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is clear. You may continue, ma'am.
Okay. The session is entitled The Smart Pharmaceutics, the Synergy of Three-Dimensional Printing Technology and Artificial Intelligence. The outlines of the session will include the 3D printing goals in pharmaceutics, the advantages and challenges of using 3D printing in pharmaceutical development, the implants as a medical device created using 3D technology, then the use of AI for enhancing the outcome of 3D printing, and at last, the first 3D printed marketed product approved by the FDA. Since the title includes the term pharmaceutics, so we have to focus on the meaningful of pharmaceutics, which is the overall process of developing a certain chemical entity into a dosage form that is safe and effective in either treating or preventing disease. And since the pharmaceutical industry is going a huge shift driven by the various technological advances, among these advancements, AI and 3D printing are a transformative force. Money-wise, which is the aim of the industry, as one of the aim of the industry, it's worth to mention that the market of 3D printed pharmaceutical valued more than $170 million in 2020 and expected to close by $280 million by the end of this year. So this open new frontier for personalized medicine, optimized manufacturing, and of course, improve the patient outcomes. The 3D printing has another names. Actually, it has 3 names. One of them is 3D printing. It's also called additive manufacturing technology and rapid prototyping technology. So the names are equal to 3D printing. This 3D printing technology is causing a paradigm shift in pharmaceutical and clinical practice, transitioning away from the traditional mass production of huge amount of dosage form and medicines toward a more tailored drug products that are personalized specifically to each individual need. So opposite to one-size-fits-all concept of the traditional production method, we are enabling the formulation of pharmaceutical dosage form according to the patient requirement, concerning a certain dose adjustment according to the history of the patient regarding if he has a liver problem, if he have kidney problem, whatever the case of the patient, we could adjust the dose and formulate a specific dosage form for this patient. Also, we can customize the release profile, as we will see in the examples from literature. We can have immediate release or controlled release system. We can modify the color. We can modify the texture and the size, which is especially important in pediatric patients. First, we have a computer-aided model design that makes the idea, and then the 3D technology via the 3D printer is able to transform this idea into a real dosage form. Coupled with artificial intelligence, moreover, it will create a smart drug delivery system. We have the patient data. This patient data is fed into AI system, and the AI algorithm analyze the patient data to tailor drug regimen, which are then 3D printed to specific dosage form, like tablet, microneedle, or whatever, as we will see in the further slides, for precise drug delivery. This approach can minimize side effects, since we give the patient only the dose he needs, not trying any dose, but we have a data analyzed by the AI, and then we have a specific dose that this patient will need, so we minimize the side effect. Of course, we will improve the treatment efficacy because of the personalized formulation. And at the end, we have a patient adherence, since he will not suffer from the side effect and he will see the effective formulation, so it will adhere to complete the regimen. This chart is an example of the cycle. At first, the physician make the diagnosis, then a digital prescription is created by the physician, which is fed into a computer-aided design who makes the design, which is then fed into the 3D printer, and we have the 3D printed product, which is a personalized medicine, and it will give the patient the desired therapeutic outcome. For example, some printers work by making a filament loaded with a drug by hot melt extrusion process, which is fed into the 3D printer to formulate the 3D printed product, which will be more personalized and more effective than the usual traditional tablets. Also, 3D printer can make a combination of drugs and can make a sophisticated geometry, external and internal geometrical shape, which cannot be achieved via the conventional manufacturing technique. So it will enhance the advancement of innovative medication delivery system. For example, for the possible structures that the 3D printer can make for oral dosage form, we have a different external geometry like honeycomb design. We have a pediatric design like the gummy bears. We have porous design, and we will take an example of the marketed product. It's a porous design. We have internal geometry. Sometimes it's layered designs like the multi-layer design, and sometimes we need a different compartment, multi-compartment, to combine different API, or having an air chamber to formulate a floating intragastric dosage form, and we will see an example of this floating intragastric dosage form in the slides. So to sum up the application of 3D printing in pharmaceuticals, it includes personalized dosage form, tailoring a specific dosage form for a specific patient need, and poly pills combining multiple drugs into a single pill with controlled release properties, and the innovative implants, which are medical devices, creating, for example, bioresorbable implant and prosthetics. These bioresorbable implant allow for the creation of patient-specific medical devices to provide a support and then dissolve in the body, eliminating the need and the hassle of surgery for removing the usual implant. So it's more comfortable to the patient to have something that will dissolve into the body and no need for removal surgery. It's made of biodegradable polymers like polycaprolactone, and it's used, for example, as bone scaffold. Moreover, we have three-dimensional printing technology used to manufacture a different product like immediate release tablet, controlled release tablets, dispersible film, microneedles, implants, transdermal patch, gastroretentive tablets, and suppositories. And all are present in the literature as an example of using 3D printing in formulating various dosage forms. This highlights the importance of 3D printing in the future pharmaceutical development. So now we will need to highlight the advantages of using 3D printing in pharmaceutical development compared to traditional preparation. What 3D printing have added compared to traditional preparation. The first one is a significant reduction in preparation development time, and this is very important in the production step since it's not only time, it's money as well. So we reduce the time loss and money loss by reduction in the preparation development time, and we have more product to be in the market. The second advantage is a flexibility in the design of complex 3D structures. We checked in the previous figure that we can make a different geometry, a different 3D structures, and different compartmental tablet, layered tablet. Various 3D structure could be made which fit a certain patient with certain needs. The third advantage is the ability to simplify complex drug regimen. Since we have multiple compartment or multiple layers, so instead of taking 3 or 4 drugs, the patient could take simply one tablet or one capsule containing the 3 API or 2 API needed, which decrease the hassle and increase the patient compliance with the treatment. We have also reduced the material wasted during production because the AI computer-aided design make a specific table containing the excipients needed, the API needed, the amount of excipients that will be added. So wastage of trial and error will be reduced too much, and hence also the money loss is reduced. We have a very precise 3D printer, so the adjustment of drug dose and combination is very high precision. We have rapid manufacturing on the small scale, but on larger scale, we will take this point as a challenge to be modified to be able to use 3D printing in the high production of pharmaceuticals. Number 7 is a precise tailoring of drug release profile. We can make one layer, for example, giving a faster release effect, and the second layer a controlled release effect. So by 3D printing, we can achieve the needed release profile. We have a high degree of flexibility to personalize pharmaceutical to meet a wide range of clinical needs as well. And a very important point that we have a potential environmental impact because we will reduce the waste from the unused or expired medication because we are not making a huge amount of production. We are making only a specified and personalized medicine for specific patients. So there is no waste of unused or expired medications. Now, the challenge of using 3D printing in pharmaceutical development. We have 4 challenges. The first one is regulatory approval. We will take each one in more details in the slides. Second one is scalability. The third is high initial cost and the quality control. These are the main challenges facing using 3D printing in pharmaceutical development. Since we have a personalized nature of 3D printed drug, so each new personalized 3D printed drug needs a regulatory approval. This is very time consuming and very costly, so it needs to be improved to fit the 3D printing case and to go more fast into giving the patients a personalized medicine. The scalability have a problem of that the efficiency of 3D printing is not like the traditional manufacturing method for larger scale production. So it's very limited nowadays in the market. We have only one marketed product, as we will see in the last few slides, only one marketed product with 3D printing technology because of the it's not efficient to make a large production. Also, limited number of material are suitable for 3D printing. Not all excipients, not all API could be 3D printed. So this limit the ideas to perform a personalized medicine because of the limited range of material that could be used in the 3D printers. Also, we need a biodegradable, biocompatible, non-toxic, and stable excipients for making more applications using 3D printing of pharmaceuticals. Furthermore, continuous updating of software is very needed for achieving the complex structures AI create. So AI create a complex structure that need a development in software to be applied in real. The high initial cost is due to expensive equipment and specialized training that is needed for everyone dealing with a 3D printer. And there is an ongoing expenses related to software update and maintenance. Concerning the quality control, it's very challenging to keep the quality of the product since we do a personalized medicine each time for specific patient. So it's very important to keep the quality, consistent quality and accurate dosage. For achieving this quality, the operating methods and mechanical equipment must be updated and optimized regularly. For example, if there is any change in the nozzle of the 3D printer, it will affect the properties of the formulation and reflected on the drug release very much. This factor requires sophisticated quality control system, and this make a complexity of using 3D printing in pharmaceutical manufacturing. It needs a solution. The quality control with the regulatory affairs issues, both are needing a solution to be able to use 3D printing in the large scale production of pharmaceuticals. This figure shows the diverse applications of 3D printing in pharmaceutical industry. We will take each one in more details, taking the idea or rationale of using this technique, the advantages and the challenges, and example of the application used this technique for 3D printing of pharmaceutical. So the first one of the methods used by 3D printing of pharmaceutical, if used deposition modeling, which is FDM. It makes an extrusion of the hot melt polymer layer by layer, allowing for tailored drug release profile. At first, we have a filament of polymer that is heated to a critical state, so it will be in the semi-fluid state, and then it will be extruded from a printing nozzle and take a certain path dictated by the computer-aided design until the formation of several layers and the formation of the final shape of the dosage form, whatever it's tablet or its batches or its microneedles. So the fused deposition modeling acts by extruding a polymer that is heated in the form of filament going through the hot nozzle and goes through certain passes for formation of layer above layer above layer until the formation of the final 3D dosage form. It has a problem that it operates at temperature from 120 to 250, which is ideal for processing the polymer like polyvinyl alcohol, PVA, polylactic acid, hydroxypropyl cellulose, and different type of hydrogens, but it might be not suitable for certain drugs which are heat sensitive and will decompose at this temperature. So it is not ideal for heat sensitive drugs. This illustrates the using of fused method. We have here the nozzle having the hot filament, and we have a printing plate and the syringe having the polymer with the drug, and it will go layer by layer until the formation of the 3D printed dosage form. What are the advantages of using fused deposition modeling? It's simple and setup has low cost, a wide range, as we see, of material. Various polymers could be used by fused deposition modeling, and a complex dosage form could be formulated, which improve patient compliance. But the disadvantage or challenges, at first, the coarse surface finish. It cannot form a smooth surface. It's usually a coarse surface. And if we need a smooth finish, we have to do certain modification on the final printed dosage form. Also, adjusting the temperature is very critical, because if the printing temperature is set to be very low, the nozzle will be blocked, and this will disrupt the path of the dictated by the computer-aided design, and we have a disruption in the continuity of the extrusion process, which affects the final dosage form. Also, if the temperature is set to be very high, there is a potential of degradation of the drug, and this could be solved by using low temperature printing. Those are some of the examples of the computer-aided designs, the above one, and the real 3D printed pharmaceuticals in the lower side of the image. We have a triangle, ring-shaped, and various form could be achieved using the fused method. The application of the fused deposition modeling, for example, one research group prepared the 3D intragastric floating sustained release domperidone tablet, and it's loaded into a polymer of hydroxypropyl cellulose filament, and the hot melt extrusion method was used as we checked in the previous figure. The filaments were then printed into hollow structure tablets. These hollow structure tablets are able to float over the gastric content. The parameters of the 3D printer: extruder temperature was set at 210, the resolution at standard, the platform temperature 30, and travel speed was 90 millimeter per second. The formulated tablets are able to float for 10 hours in vitro, and also the radiographic images show that when they made a tablet, instead of putting the domperidone drug, they put barium sulfate to be able to be imaged by X-ray. They were retained in the stomach of rabbit for more than 8 hours, and relative bioavailability increased by 222, which ensures that 3D printing is a promising way to fabricate hollow tablet for the purpose of intragastric floating tablet. This is the image and A of the domperidone loaded tablet formulated by 3D printer used the fused deposition modeling, and the B is the barium sulfate loaded tablet for X-ray imaging in rabbit. At the right side of the figure, we have a scanning electron microscopy images showing the layering of the 3D printer. We said that the nozzle will make filaments and will go in a specific process dictated by the computer-aided design in the form of layer until the formation of the final tablet. So here it's very clear by scanning electron microscope images that these tablets are created by fused deposition modeling, and the layers are very clear. The in vitro test showing the floating of the tablet during the in vitro study test, and this is the X-ray of the barium sulfate loaded tablet showing the floated tablet over the gastric content until 12 hours. The second technique that would be used is called a direct powder extrusion, DPE, and it's dealing with powder-based drug formulation, which is customized. Here, there is no need to solvent or extensive post-processing, so any drug formulation that is very sensitive to solvent can use direct powder extrusion to help increasing the stability of the drug. We apply here heat or pressure or mechanical force to convert this dry powder blend into a semi-molten state, allowing for its extrusion through a nozzle to form the final product. This chart is the computer-aided design to form a mini tablet by powder extrusion. We have the excipients, hydroxypropyl cellulose PEG 4000, magnesium stearate, and the drug nifedipine. We have milling and sieving the powders. Then it's fed into the 3D printer with direct powder extrusion, and the final form is a clear yellow-colored tablet, as we see, with a specific pharmacokinetic and in vitro release profiles. The advantages of direct powder extrusion include that we are able to have a high drug load formulation. So if we have a potent API, it's very nice to use direct powder extrusion in case of potent API. We eliminate the drying step. We are not using any solvents in this method, so no drying step, which could affect the physical integrity of the final dosage form and could have a stability effect on the API. So here we minimize the risk of solvent-related stability issue. Also, complex geometry and multiplayer drug delivery system could be enabled and tailored using direct powder extrusion. It operates at a lower temperature, and this make it ideal for heat-sensitive material, which could be formulated using the fused method. As we said, fused method work at 120 to 250, which is not suitable for heat-sensitive material. Here, the direct powder extrusion operate at lower temperature, making it ideal for heat-sensitive materials. The disadvantage, there is a less uniform distribution of API, which can affect the quality of the final product. The applications, some researchers used DPE to create sustained drug release tablet of theophylline, which highlights the importance of using direct powder extrusion in tailoring drug release profile by adjusting the formulation parameters. Another research group explored the utility of DPE to fabricate spherical mini tablet to implement in hospital settings. This is very important in case of pediatric population, since usually pediatric use liquid dosage form, which lack stability issue on long-term storage, and sometimes use the solid dosage form of adult, but we have to adjust the dose to fit into pediatric population. So having a mini tablet by direct powder extrusion for pediatric population will be very beneficial. The dose adjustment is key factor to ensure efficacy with minimal adverse effect concerning children. And as we said, most medical formulations for children rely on liquid dosage form, and some dosage form with poor acceptance from the children who cannot swallow this solid dosage form. So when they fabricated advanced 3D printed solid dosage form for HIV treatment, the spherical mini tablet designed using a computer-aided design software from Barcelona, Spain, and the diameter was 6 millimeters. It could also fit into a size 0 hard capsule if needed. This spherical mini tablet, some of them contained the active ingredient ritonavir and the other contained the lopinavir, and they are both compared with the marketed product named Caletra, containing both drugs. The ritonavir boosted lopinavir liquid formulation was used initially to treat the HIV in children, but it has a problem of palatability. And also the liquid formulation contains 42% of alcohol, which is very high and can lead to alcohol toxicity in children. So there is a need to formulate a small solid dosage form that can be swallowed by the children and not containing the huge amount of alcohol. This is the geometry of the mini tablet designed by the computer-aided design, and the numerical value here are in millimeter. The mini tablets were formed by the hot melt extrusion and followed by fused deposition modeling. At first, they tried the fused deposition modeling, but a great degradation of the API was followed. More than 30% of the API decomposed at 120 of the operating fused deposition modeling. So they concluded that fused deposition modeling is not ideal to formulate this drug. So they used the direct powder extrusion, where the operation temperature was reduced to 80%, and then we have a stable drug formulation. When compared to the marketed Caletra, the drug dose within the 3D printed formulation is smaller and suitable for pediatric use and more easily swallowed. So it solves the problem of liquid formulation and large size of solid dosage form. So it will be fitted for the children to treat HIV. The third method for 3D printing of pharmaceutical is called the semi-solid extrusion, SSE. Here, the material is in the semi-solid or semi-molten paste, and it will go through a syringe under pressure and then deposited layer by layer to form the three-dimensional object on the platform of printing. A nozzle containing the semi-molten paste, and it can contain hydrogel if we need to make a controlled release system. The SSE operate at lower temperature, so it preserves the integrity and effectiveness of active ingredients, which would be compromised by the heat needed to melt the solid in the fused deposition modeling. Here we have the computer-aided design, and then we have a drug suspension and the polymer. Both are mixed together to form the printing ink, and then under air pressure, it will go from the nozzle as a molten mass, and then the final loaded oral thin film is formulated. Another example, we have two different drugs, and then they are mixed together to make different size dual tablet with different release profiles. Advantages of semi-solid extrusion include creation of complex drug formulation, unable to be done by the traditional extrusion techniques. Also, a broad range of material, including those that are temperature sensitive, could be used by the semi-solid extrusion, and less waste than conventional extrusion technique because we are focusing on certain excipients with certain characteristics by the computer-aided design, so less waste is formatted. Lower energy consumption also if we are comparing this technique by the extrusion traditional method. The challenge here is to choose the right excipients with the right viscosity and rheological properties to support the effective printing, because too low viscosity can cause uncontrollable material flow, and the high viscosity might affect the flow from the nozzle, so the right viscosity should be chosen. Also, it needs a post-processing step like drying or cooling, which can affect the final physical state of the formulation. Applications include developing various dosage forms like immediate release tablet, oral dispersible tablet, pediatric chewable gummy, controlled release tablet, and gastro-floating tablet, all of which are present in the literature. These images show the various chewable 3D printed formulation fabricated using the SSE technology. For example, here is a 3D printed gummies in different shape, heart and gummy bears. The B is a jelly-like formulation in various shape and colors. The C is a Lego-like gelatin-based dosage form containing paracetamol, the blue one, and the red one containing ibuprofen. We have in D 3D printed chocolate-based dosage form in various design, and we have in E gummy bear shaped chewable tablet made using 11 different formulations. So diverse shape and diverse 3D structure could be done by the SSE technology. The selective laser sintering, here we use laser as its name impact to compact powder material, creating porous structure, ideal for customized drug delivery. Each layer of powder is fused with the other layer using the laser beam, and a new layer is deposited on the top, and then another layer until the formation of the final tablet or final shape. SLS is a straightforward single-step method. It doesn't need a support structure because we have a powder bed, and the powder bed helps to be the support for other powders layer deposited on it, so no need for a support in this method. This illustrates the selective laser sintering technique. We have here is a roller that moves the powder layer, and then we have a piston that lower down until putting another layer on the top, and then the laser beam is directed to this layer to make the compaction. Here, no post-processing like drying, so it's very useful to have no effect of post-processing techniques on the final dosage form. We have a precise control over the thickness of sub-micrometer precision. So it's very beneficial to make geometric design of various dosage forms that have different release profile using selective laser sintering technique. The challenge is using the intense laser energy because it can cause drug degradation. So if the drugs are affected by the intense laser energy, this drug could not be formulated using the selective laser sintering technique. Also, scaling up is challenging because we need a consistent quality and efficient production at larger volume, which could not be achieved yet using the selective laser sintering technique. The high cost also hinders the transition from prototype to full-scale production, so a huge amount of research are done in using selective laser sintering in formulating various dosage forms, but owing to the high cost, this could not be made possible to full-scale production. The application, advanced drug delivery system containing multiplayer tablet incorporating various API and excipients, each engineered to dissolve at predetermined interval, could be achieved by the selective laser centering. For example, a group of researchers created cylindrical shape bilayered structure to have a different release characteristics. Another research group employed the LSS to produce carvedilol tablet meeting the pharmacopoeial standard related to the strength, friability, and dissolution rate. The other method is a binder jetting. Binder jetting containing use of liquid binder that is deposited onto a powder bed to create a complex multi-drug structure with different release kinetics. Here we have a layer of powder, then we have a liquid binder onto this powder, and then another layer of powder is put, and then another layer and another layer until formation of the final dosage form. It usually need to have a post-processing step. For example, it must be put in an oven to have a hard final form of the tablet. The surface finish of binder jetting parts is less smooth compared to SLS. So if we need a smooth surface, we can use the laser in compacting powder. If we are not dealing with a smooth surface, we can use the binder jetting in formulating this powder. And this is the setup of the binder jetting. We have a piston that move up, depositing a powder layer, and then a piston is going down, and a liquid binder is added on each layer of the powder till the formation of the final tablet. Those are examples of 3D structures made by the binder jetting methodology. In literature, it's used to develop various pharmaceutical formulation, including controlled release tablet, fast dissolving tablet, and delayed release tablet. And it's worth mentioning that the initially FDA approved product utilized this technique in formulating the Spriatam tablet by Aprecia Pharmaceutical USA. So the binder jetting is the first method used to formulate a product that go to the market, which is the Spriatam by Aprecia Pharmaceuticals. The other method is the stereolithography, SLA, which use UV light to harden a photopolymer resin layer by layer, producing high precision for complex drug delivery systems. The advantages of stereolithography, the machines are more cost-effective, consume less power, so they can be used on the larger scale of affordable formulation. It's very important in this method that we can monitor the printing process. So if there is any adjustment needed, we can make it in real time during the production of the 3D structure, which will enhance the quality of the final product. So here we can monitor the printing process. Also, SLA use local heating during printing, which preserves integrity of heat-sensitive drug in oral dosage form. So we conclude from until now that we choose a method based on the drug and the excipients. If we have a drug that is sensitive for heat, we shall use a method operating at lower temperature. Also, the smooth or rough surface can be defined by using different methods. The challenge here is the limited few number of photo cross-linkable polymer approved for medical use. We don't have too much photo cross-linkable polymer that are approved for medical use because it has a potential safety concern and some resins have carcinogenic effect. So not all polymer could be used for medical use by stereolithography. Additionally, some material are photosensitive, and this will compromise the longer-term stability of drug formulations. The application include using SLA in tissue engineering. We can make implantable devices using stereolithography. Also, we can make tablets that incorporate multiple drugs. We can make soft devices that release drugs. And we can make also microfluidic devices using stereolithography. And these microfluidic devices are used in biomedical application for handling liquids at very small scale. As an example from the literature, SLA was used to create implant incorporating the antibiotic levofloxacin and used a flexible resin. This study demonstrated that the implant maintained the mechanical integrity and also exhibited high antimicrobial activity, highlighting the success of using stereolithography in formulating the antibiotic-loaded implants. The digital light processing, DLP, it cure photopolymer resin using a digital light projector, so we can formulate a specific drug delivery system. This process is very similar to the laser form, but it go faster, so we can produce huge amount of material in a small amount of time because it cures the layers simultaneously. DLP can produce highly precise and smooth drug delivery systems such as microneedle array for transdermal drug delivery system. Actually, microneedles are used to increase the permeability of active pharmaceutical ingredients through the skin layers to reach the systemic circulation. Usually, the transdermal formulation containing permeation enhancers, if we are dealing with a chemical permeation enhancers, sometimes the chemical penetration enhancers are very harmful to the skin or couldn't achieve a high degree of permeation to the drug. So the mechanical mean by using microneedle is used to increase the amount of drug permeated through the skin layer to reach the systemic circulation. This microneedle could be used by various modes. For example, as a solid microneedle, it's only a pre-treatment step, which means that we put the microneedle on the surface of the skin to only create pores. Then we apply the transdermal formulation, whatever it's a gel, it's a cream or whatever, containing the absorption enhancer to go through these pores created by the microneedles and go to the systemic circulation. Other times we can have a coated microneedle. Here we have a microneedle coated with a layer of the active ingredient. So here we will put the microneedle and push it through the skin. It will enter the skin surface, holding the drug with it to be going to the systemic circulation. Also, we have the hollow microneedle. Here we have the drug inside the microneedle, and by pushing the hollow microneedle, it will release the drug inside the skin layers. We have also the biodegradable microneedle. Here we will put the microneedle in the skin and push to enter the skin layer, and then the biodegradable polymer will fade by time, releasing the active pharmaceutical ingredients. So microneedles have diverse activity and applications that could be done, either only a pre-treatment, coated, hollow, hydrogel, or degradable microneedles. This is the setup of the digital light processing. We have a tank of the liquid resin, and we have a light that is used to set the layers of the liquid resin containing the drug all together until the formation of the 3D structures needed. This is another example. We have the liquid photopolymer resin. We have a resin tray, and we have UV radiation that is focused on this polymer resin containing the active pharmaceutical ingredient, and it will be sliced layer by layer until the formation of the final form. The method inkjet printing, it's used to deposit droplet of drug solution. So here the drug in the solution form to create the multiple layer pharmaceutical product. The inkjet printing directly deposit various material on a substrate. We must have a substrate, and we have a droplets of drug solution on this substrate, enabling the fabrication of complex multifunctional pharmaceutical product. Here, there is a flexibility in handling a variety of liquid material and active ingredient without the need for high temperature, because here we have not a polymer that we need to be in the molten state or semi-solid state and operating at high temperature for achieving this molten state. Here we have a solution of the drug. So if the drug is sensitive to the high temperature needed in case of fused deposition modeling, for example, we can use the inkjet printing. This is a nozzle working by piezoelectric effect to make a droplet over a substrate, and then layer by layer until the formation of the final form of the dosage form. We can create, for example, here a starch as edible ink in 3D printing for food applications. So what is the significance of using 3D printing technology to design dosage form? The usual production of dosage form include various steps. We have mixing step, then we have a drying step, we have die and punches to make the tablet, and then we can need to coat this tablet to form a coated tablet. It's very large scale production containing various machines and consume too much time and too much money to buy all of these machines. But here in the 3D printing technology, we have a single processing step. We have only a 3D printer that is connected with a computer-aided design, and we can form a filament ink or paste to formulate the needed dosage form using only a single processing step and only one device and one machine. Here is the conventional manufacturing of solid dosage form. We have the active ingredient and the excipients. They are both mixed together, and we can make granulations, and we make drying, and then compression, and then coating until formation of the final dosage form. But using the 3D printing technology, all of these steps are combined in only one machine and one 3D printer. Or if we are dealing with nano carrier, the nano carrier could be affected by all of these steps. So we are formulating a successful nanocarrier, but the final tablet have affected the physical integrity of this nanocarrier, and we have lost all of the effort done to produce this nanocarrier. But using the 3D printer, we could achieve nanocarrier without any effect of the processing of the conventional manufacturing techniques of solid dosage form. As an example, 3D printing of self-nano-emulsifying tablet. The self-nano-emulsifying system is used in case of a poorly soluble drug to increase the solubilization and improve the oral bioavailability of this encapsulated drug. It forms a nano-emulsion system after oral administration in the stomach, and they self-emulsify so that the poorly soluble drug are encapsulated in the oil droplet at the nanoscale. To highlight the difference between emulsion and self-emulsifying system. In the emulsion system, we have an oily phase, an aqueous phase, and surfactant to formulate an emulsion. But in case of self-emulsifying system, I have only an oily phase containing the drug and a surfactant. So we are lacking the aqueous phase. The aqueous phase is present in the gastrointestinal fluid. So upon taking the oral self-emulsifying system, it will find the aqueous phase into the gastrointestinal tract, and with the movement of the GIT, it will form the nanoemulsion and emulsify the hydrophobic drug. Here's a 3D printed self-emulsifying tablet is taken orally and go to the stomach. It will undergo self-nano-emulsification in the gastrointestinal fluid. It's containing surfactant, co-surfactant, and oil, and the drug is encapsulated inside this nano-emulsion, so better bioavailability could be achieved. Most of the self-nano-emulsifying products available on the market are liquid. So they are fitted into a soft gelatin capsule, and liquid inside soft gelatin capsule pose a stability issue. It couldn't be having a longer shelf life. So it's a problem of stability in using liquid fitted into soft gelatin capsule. Also, some liquid are not palatable and having a drawback. Besides the limited stability, it's a limited acceptance by the patient. So the researcher saw about developing a solid self-nano-emulsifying system from this liquid self-nano-emulsifying system, and these include using, for example, adsorption into a solid carrier, extrusion, spheronization, wet granulation, spray drying. Various techniques are used to convert this liquid self-nano-emulsifying system into a solid one to be more stable and have a longer shelf life. They used, for example, solid carrier like colloidal silica, dextran, microcrystalline cellulose, lactose to make the conventional transformation from liquid to solid state of the self-nano-emulsifying system. The problem is that they need a large quantity of this solid carrier to transform a certain liquid into solid. This large amount of solid carrier can inhibit the self-nano-emulsifying of the formulation. So it needs to add a higher amount of surfactant to be able to self-emulsify using the solid carrier, which is both money consuming and can pose many side effects to the patient. If we use a large amount of surfactant, we can disrupt the biological membranes and making so many side effects to the patient. So they saw about using 3D printing to formulate a self-nano-emulsifying tablet, and the developed formulation is made of oil, capriol 90 and octanoic acid, and used a co-surfactant PEG40. The in vitro release profile revealed that the poorly soluble drugs are released very well from the 3D printed self-nano-emulsifying tablet of various size. They formulated 8 milli tablet, 10 milli, and 12 milli tablet. As much as the tablet was small in size, which in this study was the 8 milli tablet, it released approximately 95% of the drug, while in the 10 and 12 millimeter tablet, only 89% of the drug was released. This could be explained based on the high surface area to volume ratio of the small size tablet. So much surface will be in contact with the media, and this will aid the nano-emulsifying of the active pharmaceutical ingredient, so that 95% are released from the 80 milli tablet. The study concluded that using this component in formulating solid nano-emulsifying drug delivery system by 3D printing technology didn't make any delay for the rate of self-nano-emulsifying solid system, and could be a promising tool to convert liquid into solid nano-emulsifying system, achieving high stability for the API and more product into the market. The following topic is related to using 3D printed implantable devices. So 3D printing have also success stories in the medical device sectors. Not only the drug delivery system, but also medical device sector could be achieved using 3D printing technology. And always the researchers are looking into bioimplant, since they are constantly brainstorming for new way to mimic or even replicate organs. The definition of a bioimplant is an implant with a biological component that is placed in a cavity of the body for a period of 30 days or more, either for restoring, support, or enhance the function of the human tissue. Organ implanting or organ printing is a computer-aided process in which we use a cell or cell-laden biomaterial in the form of aggregate, and then it will be transformed into a 3D functional organ by 3D printer that is mimicking the natural organs present inside the body. And so it could be personalized according to the need of a specific patient and could be commercialized as organ to mimic the organs that are present inside our body. For example, a group of researchers had made blood vessel using the 3D printer with extrusion method. Here they used a combination of cardiac cell and endothelial cells, which are printed using a support made of collagen. Also, the 3D printed could make implants for orthopedic, since this patient-specific physical bone model can be created by using the data from CT images by 3D printing. So we have also available in the market commercially a custom patient-specific knee implant in the United States, available for patients which have osteoarthritis and affected by their knee. So on the basis of the data collected from the CT images of a certain patient, the implant is customized to match each patient knee with unique shape and contour. To increase the popularity of using 3D printing technology among orthopedic surgeons, an integrated all-in-one computer platform is needed to facilitate the communication between the different physician. We will take the opinion of radiologists, for example, orthopedic surgeon, engineer, and implant companies. All the digital orthopedic data can be integrated to facilitate customized patient treatment. For example, also they made antibiotic impregnated 3D printed construct. So why we made antibiotic impregnated 3D printed construct? The usual use of antibiotic is not targeted. So if we need to target a certain place with a huge amount of antibiotic, we can put an implant containing this antibiotic in the site of infection so that we achieve a targeted localized drug delivery for this antibiotic and decrease the antibiotic resistance. We can also make a bio-inspired implant using 3D printing. For example, we can have various biopolymers that can be used like collagen, chitosan, gelatin for diverse medical applications like medical implants, wound dressing, bone scaffold, and others. Here are some examples of polymer used to biomimic what is present inside our body, and 3D printer is used as a medical application. For example, we have collagen. Collagen is used to skin replacement, and it's biodegradable, so it's very useful to replace the skin. Also, we have hyaluronic acid, which is cytocompatible. It doesn't cause any harm to the cells and are used in cartilage regeneration using 3D printing technology. Another application is in the bone sector. Natural bone is highly organized composite material. It's mainly 60% inorganic component. The main component are hydroxyapatite crystals and about 30% organic material, mainly type 1 and type 5 collagen, with 5 to 10% water and 3% lipid. The traditional methods, they used hydroxyapatite to resemble the bone composition. And when compared the nano hydroxyapatite to the micro hydroxyapatite, it's worth mentioning that the nano hydroxyapatite have superior biocompatibility. It resembles very much the structure of hydroxyapatite crystals present in the natural bones. So they used the 3D printer to form hydroxyapatite nanorod by hydrothermal technique, and they used the type 1 collagen matrix to biomimic the bone composition. Now we will talk about the AI transformative role in 3D printing. The AI enhances the capability of 3D printing by providing data-driven insight and automating critical processes, optimizing the selection of the material used to formulate the 3D printed product, and it can predict the performance of the printed product as well. So AI is integral to advancing 3D printing in pharmaceuticals. Key contribution of AI will include, at first, material optimization. We fed a certain data to the computer-aided design, and the AI algorithm will analyze this data to specify the needed excipients, the needed polymers, the ideal API, the amounts of each excipient, to predict how material will behave during printing, ensuring stability and efficacy. The second key contribution of AI is the generation of 3D model for complex drug design, so it can make the complex drug delivery systems that will be applied in 3D printing to reduce the time and effort required for the study design. Also, it can monitor and adjust the printing parameter to adjust any error or any parameters that could affect the final product and ensure the quality and minimize the error. Also, it have a predictive analytics. We can feed the data we need, for example, an immediate release profile, a controlled release profile. We set what we need, and then it can simulate the release profile and check the stability under different conditions, so accelerate the development of effective dosage form. The traditional way was formulation by trial. A researcher or formulators will make many formulations and try the release, in vitro release, check the release mechanism, and then if it fails, they will try another formulation with different excipients, with different ratio, and this will take very huge time and money. Now, formulation by design, we have proposed the pharmacokinetic profile and we define the release profile. We select by the AI the 3D structure needed, and then the AI create a table containing each excipient and the ratio of each excipient. Then they will build the digital model and generate a code and fabricate the prototype. Then it will achieve the desired release profile and pharmacokinetic data. The application of AI driven 3D printing in pharmaceuticals include personalized medicine. Here we have the data of the patient. We fed the data of the patient to the AI software, and it will analyze this data to generate a specific dosage form that is fitted to the patient age, the patient history. If he has a certain disease like kidney disease or liver disease, they will analyze all the data to help make the personalized medicine. Also, we can make smart drug delivery system because it facilitates the design of complex delivery systems such as microneedle and biodegradable implants. It's aid us in streamline the production of prototype for clinical trial and enabling faster cycles. We have also the bioprinting. AI will help minimize cell placement and scaffold design for regenerative medicine application. It can create tissue engineered drug delivery system, organ on a chip model for testing drug efficacy, and many others. Finally, we have an example of the 3D printed medicine. It's a Spiratam tablet containing the active ingredient levetiracetam for oral suspension. It's the first and only 3D printed available on the market. It's a flash dispersing technology. It commercialized in 2015 and approved for the treatment of epileptic seizures. It's approved by the FDA. And this demonstrates the potential of additive manufacturing in pharmaceutical. It ensures patient safety, dosage precision, and product stability, and collaboration between regulatory agencies, pharmaceutical companies, and medical professionals will be critical in continuing using 3D printed technology in formulating marketed dosage form. How to use this tablet? Actually, this tablet should be handled with a dry hand and be put on the tongue, and then you can sip an amount of water, and then this tablet undergo fast disintegration inside your mouth and then could be swallowed. So only swallowed after the tablet disintegration in the mouth. The technology used in formulating this tablet called the zip dose technology. And it's the first and only drug formulation platform that use 3D printing, and it's commercialized, and it doesn't rely on compression forces, nor punches, nor dye. Only 3D printed is used to make layers of powdered medication together with an aqueous water-based fluid, as we will see in the following figure. This porous design help that the tablet will be rapidly disintegrated inside your mouth after sipping an amount of liquid, creating an easy to swallow formulation. And this is the target, to be easily swallowed. Here, the steps of the zip dose technology, including at first, the powder blend is put on as a single layer on a substrate, and then the binding fluid is applied, causing the particle to bind together. And these steps were repeated several times to create the finished product, which is the porous tablet. As a conclusion, traditional mass production of medication, the one-size-fits-all approach, doesn't satisfy the unique requirement of each patient, which made 3D printing a must for developing personalized medicine. AI came to enhance 3D action by minimizing the error, decrease the time lost, and achieve better outcome in drug development. Utilizing 3D printing in pharmaceutical offer potential for advancement and customization and require thorough examination for its constraint and difficulty previously discussed. The challenges and future directions in this field include that we have to ensure compliance with pharmaceutical regulations for AI-driven process, so the regulatory barrier must be solved. Also, we have to protect the sensitive data collected and processed by the AI algorithm for personalized medicine. We must have a trained personnel to operate and maintain AI integrated 3D printing system. And we have to solve the cost constraint of the initial high cost of the machine used in 3D printer by making a faster machine that could balance the high initial investment with long-term benefits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and thought-provoking session. The clarity of your explanations and the futuristic perspectives you shared have truly broadened our understanding of how smart pharmaceutics can transform healthcare. On behalf of all the participants and organizing committee, we sincerely appreciate the time, effort, and knowledge you have shared with us today. Thank you once again for enlightening us with your expertise.
Thank you so much.
I request all the participants to keep their videos on so that we can take a screenshot for the session. I request all the participants to kindly keep your videos on. I request the technical team to kindly take the screenshots for the session. Thank you, everyone. Now we proceed to our second session of the day, which will further deepen our understanding of the practical applications of these advanced technologies. This session will be delivered by Dr. Ankur Sharma, Sir, Associate Director, Clinical Pharmacology and Pharmacometrics, CSL Behring. He is an accomplished researcher and regulatory science expert whose work focuses on applying advanced pharmacological and analytical tools to improve drug development and clinical decision making. Today, he'll be addressing a highly significant and globally relevant theme, considerations for the use of artificial intelligence to support regulatory decision making for drug and biological products, FDA guidance for industries. In this session, he'll elaborate on how artificial intelligence is emerging as a vital tool in regulatory science, supporting decision-making processes related to drug evaluation, safety, efficacy, and compliance. He'll also provide critical insights into the latest FDA guidance, helping us understand how regulatory agencies are adapting to innovations in AI for drugs and biological products. To introduce our esteemed keynote speaker with our audience, now I request the technical team to please play the AV.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Ankur Sharma is a distinguished pharmaceutical scientist and currently serves as Associate Director of Clinical Pharmacology and Pharmacometrics at CSL Behring, a leading global biotechnology company committed to delivering innovative therapies. He earned his PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences from the College of Pharmacy, University of Oklahoma, where he conducted pioneering research in clinical pharmacology and drug development. With this strong foundation, Dr. Sharma has dedicated his career to advancing the drug development process in the pharmaceutical industry. His areas of expertise include bioanalytical method development for accurate drug quantification, modeling and simulation to predict clinical outcomes and optimize drug development strategies, designing experiments using modeling approaches for translational research, protocol development and regulatory submissions, including writing protocols for IACUC approvals, At CSL Bahrain, Dr. Sharma leverages this expertise to provide strategic and scientific leadership in clinical pharmacology, ensuring that innovative therapies are developed with a focus on both safety and efficiency. Through his academic achievements, research contributions, and professional leadership, Dr. Ankur Sharma stands as a highly accomplished expert in pharmacometrics and clinical pharmacology, dedicated to transforming the drug development landscape and bringing life-saving therapies to patients worldwide. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the eminent keynote speaker in AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion and sharing your valuable insights on considerations for the use of artificial intelligence to support regulatory decision-making for drug and biological products, FDA guidance for industry, and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
Thank you. We are honored to have Dr. Ankur Sharma sir with us, and now I invite him to enlighten us with his expertise on this crucial subject. Over to you, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the generous introduction. So today I will be speaking more about the role of artificial intelligence in medical 3D printing and how the innovation has laid their path moving forward, and what were the applications which were incorporated into 3D printing using AI modalities, and more importantly, like what regulatory aspect um, uh, plays an important role in paving the submission processes as well. So is someone sharing the screen, or I should take the control if someone is sharing the screen?
So please let us know how you are comfortable. I mean, we can also share the screen for you. Otherwise, you can also share from your end. We have made you co-host.
Okay, so
yes,
let me.
Yes, sir. You can share the screen.
Give me a minute. I thought like someone gonna be sharing the screen, and that's okay. Let me open it. Okay.
We can share the screen, Dr. Ankur.
Just a minute. I can share share screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen? Not yet. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 So so today I will be speaking more about the how the 3D printing has evolved over the course of the development, and what are the artificial intelligence role has built up on the top of what was there in the past, and based on initial formulation and development designings, right? And what's the role of regulatory aspect as well moving forward. So like this faculty development keynote basically explores the critical intersection of the artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and regulatory compliance in healthcare innovations. So again, whatever you will see here, this is a summary of the regulatory landscape, and it does not constitute any legal or regulatory advice. And if someone in the faculties or in the industry sector want to get some expert opinion about the regulatory experts. A thorough consultancy is recommended through expert. Again, these views are my personal views backed up by some references and publicly available literatures, and they do not represent my employer viewpoints. So let me move to my next slide. So today it's gonna be like more a journey for another 1 hour to 90 minutes, which will be like more interactive session exploring artificial intelligence in medical device 3D printing, mainly focusing on FDA regulations, some case studies, and implementation strategies. It would not be just myself talking, but I would encourage the participants to participate in the polls, the breakout sessions, and the learning, sharing, and opportunities, which I'll try to bring up to the slide deck. So before further ado, let's start with my audience. I know you are all interested in artificial intelligence in your research workflows. So I just want to open the floor to all of you to know what are the basic benchmark of the AI application which you have used in your career at some point. So have you used AI tools before, or are there any basic tools which you have explored, like ChatGPT or Perplexity for writing, or any search agents which are widely used with some new evolving companies like Certara, Icon? Have you ever have you got a chance to explore those tools? The option 3 is have you also researched into some advanced applications using artificial intelligence or more like mathematical modeling as well? And in perspective to the medical device development, have you implemented in any sense of AI, which I just saw in a couple of last slides from Dr. Sally? And I was happy to see that the field is moving forward and thinking that direction, moving forward from the experimental design of tablets creating or granule creation, and making it more learn and grow kind of thing approach. And number 5 option is like have the institution thought of any leading AI initiatives moving forward. So let me see if I can open the poll. If the technical person can tell me how to create a poll here.
Yes, sir. I'm telling my technical team to assist you, sir. Just a moment.
Okay.
Ankur sir, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Ankur sir, in the left-hand side, there is more. Kindly click
yeah.
more. Yeah, in that poll and quizzes are there.
Polls. Okay. I see pause, stop, captions, reactions, but okay.
In the last left-hand side, second last point is more, having 3 dots, and when you click on the 3 dots, you will get poll and quizzes.
Ankur sir, it is not visible at my end also.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I think it's with this section is for host only and not for the
I
co-host.
am also, ma'am, co-host. Shubh sir is host. So,
As a co-host, I cannot see. I am the co-host in this meeting and I cannot see this particular option of poll.
okay, 1 second, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Ankur sir, now just try for more. You are getting the option of more.
Yes.
In the left hand side.
Yeah, I can see more, and no, there are no poll options, I think.
1 second, sir. 1 second.
Okay, I think it's okay. I can just float the questions to the audiences. So if someone wanna chime in, I'm wary of the time as well. I know it's gonna be late night for you guys, but I'm opening the floor to questions for any options discussion. If someone wanna chime in that to what level you guys have used artificial intelligence. Someone wanna speak?
Ankur, your host, you can just see on your left hand side a more option is there, sir. Three dots are there, sir.
Yeah.
Are you able to figure it out, sir? It's a
Yes.
more option.
Yeah.
Sir, in the panel option, sir, more three dots.
Yeah, I'm clicking on three dots.
Yes, sir. In that, the first option is polls oblique quizzes. Sir, you just have to click on that, sir.
I only see pause recording. I see stop recording. I see captions, reactions,
Sir,
stop
currently,
live.
currently you are host, and we have given all the possible options to use, sir. In that, you have option of polls, sir, in the more option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me...
So either you can see on basic tools. If you are using the Zoom on at the web option, then you go to the basic tools. Then you find the option of more, sir.
I think it's okay. I don't see any such polls here on my end, so that's okay. So we'll pass on this one. So that's okay. What you can do, I'll open the floor for the audiences. If when someone has used AI tools in their careers or in their day-to-day activities, which are related to these 5 options. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is a faculty development program. So I would request people to take some initiatives and speak up as well, so that I know what exactly is a threshold of my audiences.
Yes, sir. The peoples can they can share their views on chat.
Okay,
All
yeah,
the
that's also fine.
participants are requested to share their views on chat box through the message, so that sir can answer the same.
The participants are posting their answers on the chat
Okay.
box.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
sounds
You can see there. Participants are posting their
Okay.
replies.
That's good. Okay. Okay, so I see that a couple of people have used the basic tools like ChatGPT and Perplexity. Thank you, Dr. Amarjeet Rajputji. And a couple of you has used basic tools, option 2 and 3. Mostly option 2, which I see is widely used among all the participants. So that's good to know. So like this, thank you everyone. So this poll basically help us understand our collaborative experience over the next 45 to 1 hour. And let's move to the next slide. So today's agenda gonna be like about the historical context of 3D printing in medicine and emergence of AI. So a couple of minutes I'll be speaking upon the introduction and background. The second, after that, we'll be talking about the AI transformative impact, like how the current applications and technical capabilities in medical additive manufacturing, which is a new term for, or which is the other term for 3D printing as well. It's called additive manufacturing. I think what Dr. Selly was mentioning in my last half an hour of listening to her, that how the inject ink basically creates different layers of the 3D material. So that process is called like as an additive manufacturing if you read more into regulatory aspect. Now, once we have designed, or once the sponsors have designed some kind of a 3D printed model, it has to go through a submission process because ultimately they are being aimed for patients, right? So we will discuss more about the regulatory framework as well for another 20 minutes, like how the FDA and other global regulatory agencies, they have their certain guidance on AI, ML enabled medical devices and 3D printing. Following the regulatory framework, we'll be taking some, again, case studies based on my interaction with the audiences. There are going to be some breakout sessions, case studies, and interactive analysis of the real world implementations. And with that, I'll end with some future outlook as well. So the learning objectives is like to understand the historical context as well in this entire session, is to identify the gaps in traditional 3D printing for medical devices, understand how the regulatory aspect has evolved over the course of recent years, and how AI applications have evolved, which recognizes using the traditional AI and machine learning technologies, which could enhance the 3D printing processes and outcomes and personalization. I heard in Dr. Sally's talk about like precision medicine. So that's like how we can create and this artificial intelligence and machine learning methodologies to make one fit for all purpose kind of, which can also take into consideration the precision medicine in healthcare. And you will also learn the regulatory landscape as well, that what are the guidances the FDA has laid out for approval or for submission of these 3D printing 3D printing medical device, 3D printed medical devices based on the AI and ML approaches, and some future directions. So you will also try to get the gist of evaluate emerging trends and prepare for evolving regulatory environment as AI. So let me deep dive into evolution of the medical 3D printing. So it started way early in 1990s when the surgical model or surgical skull model was printed at University of California in Los Angeles in 1999, and they basically used surgical planning models to understand the anatomy of the skull structure. It was like more towards understanding the anatomy of the structure, but later on, as the applications evolved, there were some development of the custom implants in early 2000s. So these custom implants, the implants are being widely used for different surgical approaches, for dental textures as well, and for knee replacements as well, for cranial replacement as well. So and that depends on like patient to patient, right? So the patient matched devices based on the imaging data was first approved in 2007, which was an FDA approved 3D printed acetabular cup of the Zimmer. And the Stryker's patient matched instruments, and the Stryker patient matched instruments were like the knee structure, which was created as a 3D printer, which was created by a 3D printing machine using for the knee injury. Later on, it became more of a point of care manufacturing based on hospitals, in which the 3D printing technology was being used for immediate use in de novo. For example, by Mayo Clinic 3D printing lab in 2014, and Walter Reed's Battlefield Prosthetics program, because lots of veterans, they face lots of casualties and lots of lots of casualties in their human organs as well. So the prosthetics program was developed using 3D printing as well. But now, since the as the field evolved, there were some challenges as well in the validation of these of 3D printing, 3D printed devices, and also regulatory approval as well, because it so far it was like more case by case or patient by patient. But but as the field has evolved, we need like more validated prosthetics or validated 3D printed medical devices as well. So that's how the role of AI integration came in recent years, which are like more algorithm based design backed up by some large amount of data, using quality controls and materialize AI-powered Mimics software, and a couple of labs, form labs, automated support generations are being created. So this evolution, you got the idea of the evolution of 3D printing, how far, from where we started, how far we have come, but also highlights the historical limitations as well. And next we'll examine what was missing in the traditional approaches. So in this slide, the audience will get an idea of like how the 3D printing emerged in medicines and some historical context as well, like how was a revolutionary shift happened in the personalized medicine. So early on, there was some medical need as well, depending on the personalized or precision solutions tailored to very unique patient anatomy. For example, orthopedic or cranial implants, or surgical instruments, or dental restorations, or such as crowns or external prosthetics for the war veterans, right? So it's always there is a need and there is an intervention, or there is an invention follows the need. And that's how, to make it like more amenable, the technology came into existence for this revolutionary shift, in which digital image and digital imaging came into existence. Computer-assisted design softwares came into existence. Additive manufacturing, also called as 3D printing, enabled complex design came into existence. And one famous example of 3D printed models for surgical planning is like how surgeons can use to separate the conjoined twins, basically. So now to address these revolutionary shift as well, and leading to like more personalized approach, there were some clinical drivers as well, which were also contributing to these revolutionary shift, like demands from the clinical surgeons or the physicians to came up with some pediatric solutions, or some geometries to address some physical anomalies in these patients, which were not possible with the traditional methods, and making it like more personalized, or making it like more precision medicine based, or precision device design based approaches, like patient matched devices. And also that this was an opportunity for economic opportunity as well, like how working for the good cause and for the humans, for the patients, how this can create how this can contribute to significant cost reduction, and also how it can quickly get to the 3D based prosthetics, for example, to a war veteran who is really needing that kind of an arm, or a replacement of the broken arm kind of thing. So always think of the patient first, and the design and the desire first, and moving forward, you can create those technologies, and you can use the existing technologies, recreate new technologies and new inventions moving forward. And that's how you will learn here how the technology evolved, what was existing in the past, and what was missing in the past, how the technology evolved, and thirdly, how to make it happen, which is like how to bring it to the patients. and what are the key submission pathways a sponsor or any inventor has to go through to make it happen, to pass it through regulatory approvals. So there were some historical failures initially when additive manufacturing or 3D printing was being practiced very conventionally. So there were some early recalls of hip implants due to poor surface finish or mechanical failures or highlighting issues with post-processing or process control. And there were some biocompatibility challenges with initial 3D printing materials. Since they were not validated, they were not quality control checked, there were high chances of infection risks as well from poorly designed porous structures, emphasizing the need for robust design and patient safety. And because of all these early failures, there were some high rejection rates as well for early patient-specific devices. Now, when we get failures, the responses we get and due to our failures are from the regulatory agencies, and those are the basic the policing agents who make it sure that the right product goes to the patients, and those are in favor of always patients to make their life easy. But although the life becomes a little bit challenging for the sponsors or the inventors, but that's inevitable. That's very important to know or to feel as a patient that the device which I'm using is any defect proof or is any will give me desired effect as promised from the inventors. So the FDA's initial uncertainty on these 3D printed devices was lacking some initial industry standards. There were some challenges with the quality control as well for patient-specific drivers and devices and specific post-market surveillance as well. There were some confusion over the already existing devices when the sponsors submit their 3D material submissions for specific implants. So what the lessons we learn from the past setbacks is that it's very important to characterize your material and validate the medical device for future use. It's also important to make a robust quality management system and which are compliant with the regulatory compliance as well. Yes. Please do not do any annotations on my slide. It disturbs me. Okay. Thank you very much. So these early setbacks, I can use the pointers if that's fine. Let me use the pointers. Annotate. I can use I think that's one. Okay, I think this is fine. So basically, the lessons learned are like the values of, and that's how there is an immediate need for a specific collaboration between clinicians, engineers, and regulators. So the setbacks are inevitable, but we learn from setbacks. We learn from the challenges, and it creates crucial learning experiences as well moving forward. So next slide. So the key takeaways from the limitations so far, what we learned in traditional 3D printing is the design constraints, the quality inconsistencies, which were existing before, the process inefficiencies, and the regulatory uncertainties. So all these limitations which the inventors and the sponsors faced when they were really thinking of bringing the products to the patient were inevitable. But we learned from those the key takeaways um, um, uh, based on the experiences and designing the medical devices for 3D printing. So in the next slide, we'll explore the fundamental ways how the artificial intelligence is changing the ways. So um, I'll wait here, and then I'll ask the audiences as well that how you feel about the medical device and development. Like what challenges, if any one of you have experienced in the field while making the products or bringing the products to patients, or whether it would be a design based or manufacturing based or regulatory approval based, and how might and how you think or if you have any insights how artificial intelligence can address these challenges, and what concerns do you have about the incorporation of new modalities like artificial like machine learning or deep learning approaches. So I'll pause here for around 1 minute, and then I just want to hear from you guys in the chat boxes that have you faced or have you thought of, first of all, bringing these medical devices to patients in your day-to-day job. So I'll pause here, and then I just wanna hear from the audiences. And the challenges what I have just discussed, have you got those challenges in your day-to-day life as well? So if someone can chime in, that gonna speed up the help us understand what's the current understanding of the audiences. So I'll pause here for a couple of minutes if people have any thoughts or challenges which you guys have faced while designing a medical device. Okay, so I think no one has such experiences with the medical device development, so that's okay. I'll move on to my next slide. So the game changer for the medical 3D printing happened with the incorporation of the artificial intelligence, in which basically AI, it has been in a hype since past couple of years, but AI has been existing in fields other than the medical fields a long time back, maybe in statistical designs or in neural networkings, if you see into automation as well, in robotics as well. So it's been there for a long time, but recently the artificial intelligence have been used widely into healthcare sector as well. So basically, it refers to mimicking a human intelligence to perform some decision-making task or understand a pattern, right? If you have a okay, I'm just reading some chats. So we can use AI for an artificial limb or prosthetic that replace a missing body part, such as an arm and leg. Yes, that's good. Purnima Agarwal says that painless and fearless injectable in children using AI. Yes, good. So I just want to give you an example with respect to this um, uh, feedback from Purnima Agarwal. It's a good way to interact as well. That we are designing a clinical trial right now. I won't name the compound name, but we are working on a clinical trial right now for pediatric patients. And these pediatric patients, they are meant for injecting the prefilled syringe or auto injector into their abdominal cavities. So there are 4 abdominal cavities, right? So so these medical devices, although they were not 3D printed, but these medical devices, they had to be validated. They had to be validated in a way that when an auto injector is being given to these very naive patients who are very prone to injuries as well, and the ethics and the compliance is very important in these patients. The delivery of the injections into these patients through an auto injector is very critical. It's very critical because this is like one shot injection. It also is important that the right amount of the volume of the drug goes into these patients for an improved efficacy. So I just want to add to the thought of the Purnima what she mentioned. A couple of things came from designing Amarjeet, yes, and Rituja, she mentioned about 3D animation using MRI machine, yes. And so that's good that audiences have an exposure of how these 3D animation using AI in MRI machine has been there in the healthcare sector. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Coming back to my current slide, so they were the AI has been a game changer. So what was there initially in the traditional processes? So yeah, one message came from Pushpendra Kumar Patel, a face reading health device. Yes, that's also important, and that comes into class 1 devices as well. So once you go through my slides moving forward, there are different classes of medical devices, and there are different regulatory approvals as well for different devices which are being used for improving healthcare. Okay, so the traditional processes like manual design, interpretation, trial and error optimization, those were there, and that used to create a lot of time consuming and lack of reproducibility in the traditional process. With the artificial intelligence based enhanced processes, the automated image segmentation came. There is more recently there is there is an evolution of the generative design as well, in which the model learns from itself. The model runs from the data itself as compared to the traditional AI processes, and they monitor the real time methods as well, and do some predictive performance modeling as well. So once we have the data, we create some mathematical model. We understand the patterns. We understand the outputs from the model, and then we validate them, and we do some predictive performance of the model as well. For example, if the data is from 10 patients and the model is built on the 10 patients, how the model can be scaled up to predict the performance of the device in 1,000 patients, for example. So that's the predictive performance modeling what we do, and it's a continuous learning process. It means as the data evolves, if you do a trial in 10 patients, you get the data from 10 patients, and then we apply for an approval. If we have more data coming up, we have to update our current model structures, which includes like update of the data sets, update of the algorithms as well. So there is a continuous learning processes which are important in the AI enhanced processes. And if we move forward towards the medical devices, we get a large amount of data sets as well, which can guide the design optimization and the quality control and the defects detection as well. Those are very important as well. So once you have the data sets, you can look into the key variables or the extrinsic or intrinsic variables as well in the data sets which are contributing to the model outputs. So and you can create some kind of forest plots as well to defect to or to detect some anomalies as well, and do some personalized care through intelligence responsive device behavior. So this transformation represents a paradigm shift in development approaches. Next slide now. Okay. Now, AI and 3D printing, a new era for medical devices, like how it has improved so far. First of all, customization at scale. You can scale up based on the patient needs. And these are like patient-specific solutions, improve clinical outcomes, reduce revision surgeries, enhance your value propositions. We need devices which are delivered fastest to the patients, right? So it accelerates the product development as well by optimizing designs and simulating performances. We also need quality products as well, and also those are validated across industry brand standards. So AI-powered inspection systems, they monitor every stage of the 3D printing processes, and that's how it's very valuable to have automated quality assurance processes aligned in the manufacturing, which lowers overall cost as well, and make it like cost-effective manufacturing as well, like lower the overheads, better scalability and flexibility in responding markets as well. So in medical life cycle, medical device life cycle, there are basically a design phase in which automation happens, the segmentation of medical images, topology, and optimization happens using generative design based on biochemical requirements. Then we manufacture. It is called like a process parameter optimization, real-time defect detection, and adaptive control systems for quality consistencies. We then, once we manufacture, we do some testing and validation as well using computational modeling to predict the performances of the existing device and how the device would be performing for different patients. And then once submitted, we'll also observe the clinical performances using predictive analytic tools. So let me deep dive into the relationships between the artificial intelligence. Before I dwell, I have a question from Anurag Kumar Thakur. India's diverse population often reduces AI model accuracy compared to foreign datasets trained or less diverse samples. I face this issue in my final year project. How can we overcome this challenge? Yeah, good question. So this is a question around the richness of the data, Anurag. So the more the rich data set you have, rich, by saying rich, I mean number of patient data, number of outcomes in the data sets. The more the rich data set you have, the more the predictive capability of any mathematical model will be. So if in case you have, I don't know what was the size of your population based on India datasets, and how much was the population size of the foreign datasets. But what you can do, one thing, you take your model, you combine both of the datasets together, the Indian population dataset and the foreign datasets, and then combine both the datasets together, create a variable in your datasets which is flagging the category of the country. Let's say India country flag 1, foreign datasets flag 2, and then use those flags as a categorical covariate, and then try to understand the behavior using your predictive model or using your mathematical model, that what was the what was the pattern what was a pattern in both data sets. It could be that the Indian population is Asian population. It could be that the foreign population, maybe it's Caucasians, or it could be blacks, or it could be African, or it could be different genetic information as well. So that's a good question actually. It's a really good question, because you will learn in the slides later on as well, like how you can use these supervised learning as an approach to understand the data behaviors. So the question what you just posted is about like trying to understand or do some regression analysis on the data sets from your India population and from your foreign population, and then try to understand how you can use supervised learning by creating some drug response models, or using some outcome models or predictive models. So that's a beauty of the predictive modeling, or using if it's a PK driven model, or if it is an outcome driven model. You can categorize outcomes based on your population. I hope you got some insights in your question, but thank you for your question. Bhavna has a question: what are the biggest challenges in applying deep learning techniques like CNN or RNNs for defect detection, real-time 3D imaging? uh, the biggest challenge are basically how to use those existing technologies like the convolutional neural networking, or these recursive or recurrent neural networking in your um, in your or massaging your data sets as well. So try to understand your data set, and then try to use the technique accordingly. And try to understand the patterns as well, like what are the different covariates, or what are the different variables uh, which are hidden behind your data behavior, and then accordingly use the different neural networking models to create an output which is like more patient oriented. Principal component analysis is also a very important tool. For example, and it's a very important tool for data visualization. You can use basic R coding to do some principal component analysis, in which you try to understand the data behaviors across different populations, across different categories of populations, or across different um, um, uh, behaviors of outcomes, and then link up with different covariates as well. That what are the different variables which are explaining the behavior of the data sets. So it can beautifully create different covariates as well, which are responsible for the data behaviors, and then accordingly use your modeling technique as well, which could be it could be just nonlinear mixed effect modeling, or if you go into more into deep learning side, neural networking as well. So yeah, under supervised learning, it's like how I'm speaking, and you are trying to understand, and then you are giving me a feedback, or you're giving me an outcome, you're giving me a question, right? So that's how it is, like supervised learning, in which I try to create some patterns based on the question, which is called a regression. You can do a regression analysis, or you can classify the data sets based on different categories as well, and then use some closed loop control models, or use some different parameters to optimize your output. For example, in terms of a 3D printed devices, you have to manage the parameters like ink printing parameters, like how much inject ink should deliver the ink, at what rate, and how much amount. So you can optimize all those parameters using these supervised learning. There is another unsupervised learning, in which you learn from yourself, and then you create your own data sets, and then you create your own models, and then cluster those data sets by understanding the anomaly in those behaviors, and do some quality control. And principal component analysis, as I mentioned before, that's also a kind of an unsupervised learning in which you do beautifully data visualizations. So moving forward, these are like more the technical capabilities of AI in medical additive manufacturing or 3D printing, in which you understand what I just said. You take the input data sets, try to understand before pushing the data into a model, try to do some exploratory data analysis of the data. Like, for example, the patient data, for example, the data for the human behaviors, or for example, if you're working on a brain imaging, the brain imaging parameters, try to understand those data sets, and then understand the behavior. And then if you're not able to capture those behaviors, put into the model, and then try to see how neural networking can build up those relationships within the model, and then do some annotation, or to understand like how, if you're designing a 3D model, how you can use the printing adaptability as well. The unsupervised learning is like more, you take a imaging, for example, which is like blurred. Let me zoom it up in case I can zoom it up. Yeah, you take a blurred image from your radiological scan, and then put it into a neural networking model, which will enhance the quality of the radiological scan beautifully. And that's how you can create some implants for your brain implants, or for designing some devices for administration of drug through intracranial space. I was working on one drug delivery system into the head space for the hemorrhages, the subarachnoid hemorrhages, in which a well-defined device has to be created, which enters into the left ventricle of the head space. So it has to be very meticulously designed, fit for all purpose, and that's how these initial homeworks, using understanding the data very clearly, is very important. The reinforcement learning is another approach in which we use an optimization of the build strategies and printing parameters. So in which it's like more you reward the model, and then you get an output. So based on that, you can come up with an optimized solutions for target resolutions, the nozzle diameter of your medical device, the filament diameter, the material flow rates, and type of inks, which will give you a better option. So these are all like technical approaches which enable unprecedented capabilities in medical device development. So here, basically in this talk, I'm just trying to give a very high level gist of what is there happening in the field of healthcare. Before dwelling into the details of the AI based approaches, which gonna be all the way up from your head, before moving into the high level thoughts as well. So if you really want to understand what are the basic algorithms which are being widely used, you can go over these slide decks as well for different applications for organ models. And these are basically done for surgical approaches as well, or for educational approaches as well. So there are some AI algorithms for image processing and segmentations. You can go over those methods. There are some AI algorithms for optimization predicted. You can go over those methods. And then there are some AI algorithms for proto monitoring or error corrections in the outputs as well. So these are a couple of options which you can read through and then understand what's happening in the application of AI in 3D printing. So how these have benefited overall, how the AI enhanced 3D printing has provided clinical benefits. So as I mentioned before, we need to reduce the time of creating a 3D model. So using AI intervention, 43% reduction in time has happened. We need to have like more accurate models. Around 87% improvement in the anatomical accuracy has happened using AI-powered segmentations. Enhanced mechanical performance is around like 35%, and faster regulatory review using like AI around like 58% faster regulatory. So all these different landscapes are being benefited using artificial intelligence based 3D printing. Now I'll open the poll right now to the audiences, and I would just like to have your answers based on these 4 options. So the question is, which AI application in 3D printing would have the biggest impact for data pre-processing or data visualization? Is it principal component analysis? Is it clustering? Is it classification, or is it regression? So I'll open the poll for the audiences. You can just write 1, 2, 3, 4 in your chats. Okay, so while people are populating their answers, I would just want to give you a high level. The principal component analysis is basically they try to understand the data. They try to help understanding the data visualization across all the data sets or all entire data sets available. The regression is more like some of the people have mentioned about regression. So regression try to understand the behavior of, like for example, there are a couple of relationships which we can understand, or we can understand the correlation of the data sets with the continuous variables or the category. For example, you have 5 patients, and you have 5 patients who have different body weights, and you wanna see what's the impact of what's the impact of for example, the volume of distribution, or for example, what's the impact of a drug effect on these 5 patients, right, of different body weights. So you can create a y-axis on the weight, sorry, x-axis on the weights and the y-axis on the effect of the drug, for example. Then you can create a regression and understand the behavior of the drug effect based on different body weights. If it is a body weight based dosing, or if it's a fixed dosing. So that's what regression is used for. But the answer for this one is a principal component analysis. So congratulations for who gave the answer for principal component analysis. So you can look into like how principal component analysis can be used for data pre-processing and data visualization. There is a separate topic which I can talk about it, but this is a very high level which I can give you an idea. So thank you. Next question. So there is a second poll about which regulatory aspect of artificial intelligence in medical devices concerns you the most? Is it a validation of continuously learning algorithms, or is it a quality control for patient-specific devices? Is it data privacy and security requirements? Demonstrating clinical effectiveness, or post-marketing surveillance obligations? So this poll is not based on any prior, but it just because this is gonna be changing my gears of my presentation, so that's why I just wanna know. Okay, so there is no correct answer for that one, but this is just a discussion point for the audiences. to think which one is more important aspect of AI in medical devices, which concerns most of us. Yeah. Yeah. So good. So now, what I really want to show here, that it's very important to have to continuously validate your learning algorithms as you move forward, because as the data evolves, the model also evolves. Model is no model without a data set, right? So FDA always looks for a continuous validation of algorithms which are being updated based on the upcoming data sets. So it's very important. So the quality control for patient-specific devices is also important because of the factors which I mentioned in the previous slides. Data privacy or anonymization of the data sets is very important because it really challenges the HIPAA policy for the regulators. I know for some cases it's very hard to anonymize the patient data, but it could be a big threat for cybersecurity as well if the patient data is not completely or entirely anonymized because of the way the data is being there. So it's always a good data practices is to create dummy variables or dummy numbers for the patient numbers or the patient identifications because of the HIPAA policies and because of the chances of our cybersecurity threats as well. And the fifth one is like post-marketing surveillance obligations as well, which is the challenging as well, how we can observe the outcomes for these medical devices. So I hope by some understanding of these concerns help you focus on our regulatory discussion moving forward. So thank you very much for your polls. Really appreciate you are engaging into these discussions because it will pave the next phase of my presentations is about like FDA approaches to AI in medical devices. So FDA took a loop around in late 2000s and created some guidelines as well for the 3D printing of medical devices. So in 2017, they finalized a guidance document for the pre-market submission for device testing for 3D printed devices, including the products, including the softwares which are being used for artificial intelligence, and the materials and the validation part. Later on, another guidance came, which is like in 2021, which was a discussion paper for point of care manufacturing. And it basically proposes a framework for different manufacturing scenarios. In late 20 or early 2020 or starting of like past 5 years, and the artificial intelligence have taken some gears, and there's some guidelines as well coming from FDA about how artificial intelligence enabled medical devices can help understand innovations and support regulatory expectations for authorized AI-enabled medical devices. Now, since all these medical devices through 3D printing, they have to go through some softwares. So FDA considers software as well as a medical device. So FDA requires to create some kind of a software-based medical device action plan because these softwares keeps on updating based on the data sets as they are coming up, or the algorithms as the data sets is coming up. So you will see now on how I'll speak up about the SAMD. So SAMD is an action plan which FDA requires whenever a new data is coming up or a new algorithm is being developed for a medical device production or manufacturing. And to enable that, we use predetermined change control plans, right? So the FDA uses these predetermined change control plans in which you you give up and you provide with your packages some data sets what were updated in your model, what algorithm what algorithm was changed, and how you're gonna be doing the quality check of these updates in your control plans in your medical devices. So the FDA is like actively developing frameworks to address these unique um, these unique aspects of AI ML in medical devices. So next we'll examine their definition of AI ML based medical devices. Okay. So how FDA reviews basically these AI ML based medical devices? So there are three different categories. One is pre-market notification, there is a de novo classification, and there is a pre-market approval. And it depends on what classes of medical devices are being approved. So what classes of medical devices are being submitted to the regulators? So a 510K is a pre-market submission, which is made to FDA to demonstrate that device to be market is safe and effective, and is substantially equivalent to the pre-existing or legally marketed device. It also provides the guiding principles for the existing, I emphasize existing medical device. So the de novo classification request provides a marketing pathway to classify novel medical devices for reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness for the intended use, but for which there is no legally marketed, if there is no any legally marketed device, then for a new device, a de novo classification request is submitted to the FDA. Just remember that the pre-market notification is a clearance, but it's not an approval. So you have to get a 510K clearance via FDA while submitting any 3D device based on the AI. The pre-market approval, that's very critical for class 3 medical devices. I'll come into different classifications of the medical devices. It's very important for class 3 medical devices, which involves like high risk, which involves very high risks. So these unreasonable and these devices are basically meant for unreasonable risk of illness or injury, for example, blood establishments for cell therapies under Center of Biological Experimental Research, CBER. So FDA requires a specific scientific regulatory review for these class 3 medical devices. So defining AI-based medical devices. So you must have learned so far now that AI incorporates some kind of a software, and software also is a medical device. So we utilize software as a medical device that utilizes artificial intelligence or machine learning technique to learn the real-world examples and experiences for improved performances. So these softwares are kept on adapting the upcoming data sets and learning, and the algorithms need to be updated as well based on the upcoming data sets. So because the more the data, the more our chances to understand the behaviors as well. And to understand those behaviors, we need to have like more statistical modalities as well to be included to understand the pattern recognition as well. And then that's how we can also mitigate some risk patterns as well, or understand the risk coming up from the data. So the more the data, the more the information, and more robust the AI-based model can be created. Now coming into the risk categorization of AI ML devices, and accordingly different clearances are laid down by FDA for different levels of classes. So you have class 1, which is a low risk. You have a class 2, which is a moderate risk. you have a class 3, which is a high risk, and you have a de novo, which is like for the new medical devices, or which are low to moderate risk devices that do not have any pre-existing market competitor. So for class 1 devices typically require fewer requirements. For class 2, we require a 510K submission or a pre-market approval if they are really innovative or they are really new. For class 3, it's inevitable to, or it's very important to have a pre-market approval because of the high degree of risk in these patients. So now you understand like how the regulatory landscape is really gearing the submission processes, or how the approvals of the 3D devices based on artificial intelligence are being handled by the regulatory landscape, because FDA, EMA, PMDA, and other global regulatory agencies, they are really thinking of taking this technology moving forward and then benefit to the patients because of the mentions I discussed before. The faster turnaround and the quality control, you say the cost effectiveness, the fit for purpose, the precision medicine. So all these approaches, so all these factors which FDA is really embarking on using AI as a tool in bringing 3D models to the patients in direct need. So in 2021, that's how FDA took a major step in clarifying standards on the regulation of AI in machine learning in medical devices with an updated action plan. So this plan basically challenges around the software as a medical device, also called as SAMD, and offers a roadmap like how FDA tends to approach these AI-based medical technologies. There are also challenges about the class 3 medical devices as well, which are high-risk devices and require PMA approval. But the next challenge, what comes is like, even if it is approved, the patient first is the always criteria, and what is the trust which we as a patient get from these approved devices. So even if the FDA approve these medical devices, will they be trusted? So that's another challenge. Another regulatory challenge is the privacy and the data security. It's very important considering the recent the cyber security threats for the healthcare data. Now moving to the next slide, the FDA approach for learning algorithms. There are different algorithms which FDA basically uses, or are like logged algorithms, adaptive algorithms, and continuously learning real world learnings as well. Now let me come into the predetermined change control plan. So these are very important regulatory framework which was introduced by FDA in 2023, and it allows basically manufacturers to predefine, document, and get pre-authorization for certain types of future changes to their medical devices based on AI algorithms without the need for new submission. So basically, these PCCPs, they have three components. One is the software component, which because software is basically will be used. AI software will be basically used for creating these change plans or understanding the data sets, and accordingly the model gonna be updated as well. So the data set, since it trains the model, they have to be considered submitting into the PCCPs. And the second thing is the algorithm change control as well. Like what algorithm the sponsor is going to be using to support their medical devices. And then the third thing is the impact assessment, like how the benefits of using these new softwares or based on, or new algorithms based on the emerging data sets gonna provide a better risk assessment or a better benefit assessment. So all these components, basically the software based medical device pre-assessments and algorithm change that comes under the PCCPs, and that's important for submission of any medical devices to FDA. Also provide some monitoring requirements, and this gives an opportunity for keeping the developments in your AI-based model for 3D printing more transparent and more amenable and more accessible to the regulatory approval. Now, moving forward, like there is an FDA guideline as well for good machine learning practices as well, which dwells into the good software engineering and security practices. So FDA always asked for the need for an update of the model. What was the challenge which was unable to be addressed by the model which was created before, and what was the need for an additional data sets? What were the challenges what you faced in your past model which created a need for a new model? So that's why these good machine learning practices are also important to understand the performance evaluation of the test data sets and the new model. Now, I'll open the poll for the audiences now. Okay, so the question is the AI-based 3D printed medical device summation. So, what guidelines to follow for Class 3 medical device with high risk? Is it a pre-market clearance? Is it a de novo classification? Is it a pre-market approval or the predetermined change control plans? Okay, so I see a couple of folks are giving an answer for pre-market clearance. So just remember, the pre-market clearance is a clearance, it's not an approval. So so this is the pre-market clearance is basically for it's basically a proof for substantial equivalence to pre-existing device. It's a clearance, and it's basically for class 2 or moderate risk devices. So the correct answer is the pre-market approval. This is meant for the class 3 medical devices. Couple of audiences have pointed out correctly, but pre-market approval is indispensable for class 3 medical devices with high risk. The predetermined change control plans are done for every medical devices which they are resubmitting with an updated algorithm or an updated data sets. So that's a part of the plan of the submission process of clearance, which everyone has to submit for for getting an updated approval. If your mathematical model is changed or your parameters are changed in coming up with some 3D technology. Now, this is the second poll. What guidelines to follow if a change has to be submitted in an existing medical device? Is it a pre-market clearance, a de novo classification, a pre-market approval, or predetermined change control plans? So For existing medical device, we always have to go pre-market clearance. So option 1 is the right answer. So someone has put option 1, which is the correct option. The pre-market approval or the predetermined control plans is there for everyone. Phase 1, phase 2, class 1, class 2, class 3. But for the pre-market clearance is important, or 501k is important for existing medical device. Okay, good. So I'll move to my next kind of like if someone has to do a submission of a new AI-based 3D printed medical device to FDA, what one has to do? Like you must be someone who was really following up the presentation must be thinking that if I have come up with a new AI-based 3D printed medical device, how do I submit it to regulatory agencies? That's a first question will come up if I want to understand from this faculty development program. So yes, it's a complex intersection of softwares, manufacturing, and AI-specific guidelines. And FDA requires a comprehensive approach addressing 3 components. First, the product development. Second, the pre-market submission. And third is post-market activities. So let's delve into one by one each one of them. So the product development classification is like you try to understand first the classification of the medical device, whether it be a class 1, class 2, class 3. If it's a class 1 or class 2, you do a 401k, you do a 510k pathway for low to moderate high risk. If it's the product which has no existing predicate, you go a de novo pathway. If it's really a high risk medical device, you go for a pre-market approval. So now you know what device is meant for which type of classification for submission or approval or clearance. Then you create a quality management system. You establish a QMS that meets FDA quality guidelines or FDA quality system regulations as per 21 CFR Part 820. Given the technology, your QMS must also incorporate certain practices like 3D printing parameters, what would change, what do you expect as the validation report. And then also incorporate these good machine learning practices in your AI specific controls, like what are the parameters, what was the data set used, what was the algorithm that was used, was the data sets validated, was the outputs transparent and explainable, what were there any cybersecurity challenges based on the anonymization of the data sets, are you submitting a PCCP? So all these are important specific controls which you have to include in your phase 1. And then construct 3D printing manufacturing controls, like what are the different nozzle rates as well, injection rates as well. Were there any process validation done to address those model outputs? Were there any biocompatibility done to validate it with finished products as well according to the international standards? So once you have done your phase 1 product development, then comes your market submission. So in pre-market submission, you submit the application through appropriate pathway, which incorporates a device description, your risk assessment as well, the validation data as well from your all different AI models and 3D printing physical devices, and your plan. Your plan is very important, like what you included in your submission, what data was there, and what algorithm you use, and what was the impact of the inclusions of the new data and a new algorithm. And then you get a chance to engage with the FDA with these phase 1 and phase 2. You utilize a Q submission program to get an early feedback from FDA. It's you get around like 10 to 12 meetings ahead of your submission to discuss with FDA for your regulatory strategy as well for your devices. And then the phase 3 comes, which is post-marketing activities in which you monitor device performances. You manage AI changes with your PCC and then stay informed based on the FDA guidances as well. Again, all these are the summary of regulatory landscape and does not constitute any legal or regulatory advice, but consult authentic regulatory expert if someone is really navigating the process for your specific device. It's not my advice, but it's a high-level overview of my thoughts. So if you see the convergence of AI and 3D printing, people have, what's the main thing? Like the main thing is clinical safety of the patients and the effectiveness in the patients. And 3D printing processes has been there since long time, since 1990s. When you see the development or historical aspects, but now and based on that, we were doing some manufacturing and material controls, but what was really missing was the risk assessment as well. And with the incorporation of these AI and ML medical softwares, we not only do traditional device regulation as well, we have incorporated now the specific controls. We have like more control on the model outputs, on the 3D model outputs, the validation part as well, the performance of the medical devices as well, and also the risk assessment as well. So it's an incorporation of a new two-dimensional or three-dimensional different approaches, which gives a risk or risk, which provides strategies for mitigating the risk as well in getting these 3D or AI-enabled 3D devices to the patients. Now, there is a breakout session and a couple of cases which I want all of the audiences to go over. Okay. Now, there's a case study, like for example, for patient-specific cranial implants. A startup is there which is developing an AI system that automatically designs cranial implants from CT scans and optimizes the internal lattice structure for osseo integration and provides manufacturing instructions for 3D printing in titanium, right? So it's a medical product which is for cranial, which is called cranial implants for CT scans. So the discussion question is like, what regulatory classification would you give to this medical device, and what medical or validation approaches would you be considering, and how would you structure your PCCP for this device? So this is a case study scenario which I just want to flow to you guys. If someone is really into medical devices and want to get approved this medical device to the regulators. So I pause here for around 30 seconds to think over it and get the feel of this question, and then I'll discuss the solution in my next slide. Okay. So I hope you got someone has mentioned class 3. So let's go into the solution part. Now, since it's a cranial device for CT scans, it's an external. It's nothing for the blood product which is going which is going inside the body. So for the regulatory classification, this device would likely receive a class 2 regulatory classification, which will necessitate a 510K, which is a pre-market clearance. Now, this is due to the specific nature of the design, and definitely it would need a PCCP structure, a post-market change control plan, which will be crucial because it will need algorithms, it will need data sets, it will need an improvement in the material properties as well. So all these assessments have to be done. Yeah, good. Class 2. So validation approaches which gonna be applying is a clinical validation studies with diverse patient populations to demonstrate the safety and efficacy. The comprehensive mechanical testing of the implant, lattice structures to ensure structure integrity, and do some biocompatibility studies in to confirm the material as well, like if it is not harmful, or if it is too porous for bacterial infections while it is implanted, or it's like rigorous because it's going to be used for long term, right? And rigorous AI algorithm validation has to be also validated throughout. Okay, good. Uh, Next case study. So I'll speak up for you. A medical device manufacturer implements an machine learning system that analyzes real-time process data and in situ imaging to detect defects during 3D printing of his final interbody infusion devices. The system adapts the printing parameters to prevent defects and learn from each print job. So it's like a kind of a supervised uh, artificial intelligence learning. It's like supervised learning. You understood, like a couple of them were supervised, some of them were uh, deep learning, and someone was unsupervised. So it's learning from the printing parameters and then adapting the parameters based on the outputs for improved effect every time it print a new 3D device. So the discussion question is this device or a manufacturing equipment? Okay. Second question is that what documentation would FDA need for the system, and how would you validate this performance over time? So I pause it here for 30 seconds for you to churn up this question, and then we'll discuss the solution. Is this a medical device or a manufacturing equipment? So this is likely a medical device, not a manufacturing equipment, because it involves softwares as well, and it requires it incorporates a medical assessment or accessories as well, and it's potentially a class 2. Good. I see a couple of folks have mentioned class 2 in their chat boxes, so you're getting an idea. Definitely, a PCCP would be needed because of the AI algorithms, and FDA documentation expectations would be needed, like software recycle documentations, risk management files, and validation protocols as well. And definitely the anonymization of the data sets for cybersecurity assessments as well. So and you have to incorporate some protocols as well of uh, continuously monitoring the protocols and statistical processes which were involved for these devices. Okay. Now this is a case 3 of surgical planning system. Okay. An established company developed an AI system that processes patient imaging, simulates surgical approaches, and design patient-specific 3D printed surgical guides. And AI continuously learns from surgical outcomes to improve future designs. So it's kind of, again, a supervised learning. The discussion question is, what regulatory pathway applied to this combined system? Is it a class 1, class 2, class 3? Or does it have to go a 501(k) approval or a pre-market approval or de novo approval? What would you handle, or how would you handle the learning aspects of this algorithm, and what clinical validation would be necessary? So this case highlights challenges in regulatory multi-component system. So I'll give a pause for 30 seconds, and then we'll go to a solution. Okay. So I'll move to my solution part. So I see a couple of them has mentioned class 3. Good. So this is the combined system would likely require regulatory consideration, and this is a class 2 plus a new initiative as well. So it's going to be like 510K or de novo pathway with class 2 software based medical device, while 3D printed surgical guides are going to be placed. And PCCP gonna be as well incorporated into the algorithms as well, and appropriate clinical validation requirements gonna be also improved. So it's good. Okay. So now moving from FDA regulatory aspect, we go into some industry implementation case examples. You see that there's a Stryker titanium technology, which is AI-enabled porous structure for spinal implants, was created and got an FDA clearance. The conformist personalized implants, which were more based on the CT scans, and by incorporation of AI-driven design, was also created and approved by FDA. And there are some materialized mimics as well for education purposes. Like FDA cleared these softwares using AI for medical image processing and 3D printing technologies. So these the industry is emerging in that part. So the more example will come, you can find it into. So one thing I just want to also share, there is a NIH 3D printing website as well, which you'll find in one of my slides, in which you can submit your own 3D models. You can go over existing 3D models, and then you can also evaluate what the process they went through in the submission of the 3D models for regulatory approvals or medical devices. So I'll skip this part. I think you have already understood. I know we are around the hour, around the end of the 90 minutes, but these are a couple of things which you have to think of as a compliance check for printed devices, like training data sets, risk management, change control, clinical evaluations, validation, quality management, and algorithm validations as well. So for data, what we will use for medical AI is like ethically collected data sets, good quality data sets with all the patient demographics. So patient demographics, basically, you you have a patient coming into a hospital who might be from China, who might be from India, who might be from other part of the world, Europe, US. So these are basically the population demographics. Like basically, the weights must be different, the races must be different, the ethnicity must be different, the different parameters. Those basically create population demographics, and your device should be in a way that it fits for all purpose kind of thing. That your AI model can take into consideration all these population demographic for that patient, and then give a 3D device, a medical device which is fitting for that patient. That's called like personalized medicine, and that's the beauty of the artificial intelligence moving forward based on the data available and the algorithms which are continuously being updated based on data sets. The technical advancements are emerging, definitely, along with the regulatory evolution. The real-time modeling is also happening as the data is coming into the hospital settings. The real-time algorithms are being updated based on the real-time data sets, and feedback loops are also incorporated into those models for the technical and modalities and improved products, basically. The implementation strategies, cross-functional collaboration between the statisticians, the physicians, surgeons, the clinical programmers, the clinical pharmacologists, engineering, regulatory expertise, all together work together to get such a robust outputs. Along with that, like ongoing performance monitoring are important for such a improved, robust medical product. So I think I have covered this. So just a quick poll for future um, research directions, like which emerging areas, based on your prior interest or based on the interest which you achieved from this presentation, like what future research directions would you be like would you like to explore in your research areas or for your career? Like AI driven, number one could be like AI driven bioprinting or tissue engineering, predictive modeling for implant performances. Three, real time adaptive manufacturing systems or AI enhanced surgical planning tools. Or number five, which I usually do, is like personalized medicine through AI optimization. So these are a couple of areas which you can think of, and that can help identify collaborative opportunities for future research partnerships. So as a part of my day-to-day job, basically, I use the large data sets from clinical trials, um, develop some algorithms, mathematical algorithms, and then create some model outputs to understand the data behavior, whether it be an exposure outcome, whether it be a pharmacokinetic outcome, or whether it be a pharmacodynamic outcome, and then inform the physicians for those finding strategies or for or clinical trial design as well. So there are a couple of segue pathways or career options which you can think of while learning the artificial intelligence or machine learning modalities in future. So I hope it makes sense and give you some key takeaways, like how AI is transforming these medical devices, and not only medical devices, overall healthcare, with improved automation and optimizations and continuous improvements. The regulatory landscape is also evolving, and this field is continuously learning as the data is coming up, and you'll see every month a new version or a new AI agent is being developed for creating your life easier day by day. And the thing is, like, we work on your fundamentals. The fundamentals are very important. The technology will keep on updating, so keep updated yourself with the emerging technologies and use a comprehensive approach. Like keep your strong basics, uh, keep yourself updated with technologies, and then use data-driven approaches. Uh, the more you understand or massage the data or wrangle the data, the more you'll get a clear idea of which way the path is going on. So uh, these are the key points basically which summarizes our talk today. I know I just passed my 1.5 hours, past 11 minutes. I know it's a time for you guys to sleep as well or have your dinner, but this is a session feedback. If you liked this kind of interaction, a two-way interaction, I always like two-way interaction, and just give us some feedbacks. Was it extremely useful, very useful, moderately useful, somewhat useful, or need some more focus? So thank you, everyone. I think I'll leave up the floor to the moderator now, and it was nice interacting with you through the chats. I'm happy that you got the gist of the advancing field in this healthcare sector, and you make some informed decisions moving forward in your healthcare career development. So with that, I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session. It was indeed very informative. Thank you so much for your insights on this topic. And that's all for today's proceedings. I hope it was a fruitful session for all the participants, and let's meet up tomorrow for tomorrow's session. The details would be shared on the WhatsApp group. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was nice chatting with you all, and we'll reconnect into directory function sometime. Bye-bye.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you so much, sir.